What is it about northern Nigeria that some of us from the south do not understand, based on your interactions and your experience?
Okay, I think what a lot of you Southerners do not understand about us is that for us, my brother is my brother. Even when we have issues, we get united with a common vision of being brother. Let's fight the enemy that's coming from outside. So that's what has kept us together, which is now slowly breaking down. The walls are breaking because of, information age and things are changing. That's why people like us from Kaduna State can speak this way. So the thing that a lot of you need to know is that the average Northerner believes that governance belong to them. And most Southerners believe that if it doesn't work, they will go abroad and get a better life. How many Hausa Fulani do you see abroad? Because they believe we must stay here and fix it and collect it by force. So I would say, just know that basically in the mind of the average Northerner,
Welcome. It is Palm Sunday. For Christians all over the world, it is the first day of the Holy Week and the Sunday before Easter. On this day, Christians remember Jesus Christ's triumphant entry into Jerusalem. It is 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 7:30 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa, and 1:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. As the race towards 2027 quietly gathers momentum, one question continues to dominate conversations across the country. What does Northern Nigeria really want? Too often discussed, too rarely understood, the political direction of the North remains one of the most decisive and misunderstood forces in Nigeria's democracy. This week, we take a deeper look. Our guest, Dr. Haruna Goroh, joins us for a critical conversation on 2027, decoding Northern Nigeria's political mindset. Dr. Haruna Goroh is a respected public intellectual and policy analyst with deep roots in Northern Nigeria's political and socio-cultural landscape. He is the founder and president of GLM International. Dr. Haruna, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Damaging everything that is evil.
Thank you so much.
Every evil thing, damage it, brother.
It's nice to have you again, and we always enjoy conversations with you, which is what we're going to have today. First of all, let me start by saying happy birthday. I know you had your 70th birthday just a few weeks ago. How was it?
I'm telling you, I'm still just trying to recover. Even today, let me see if I have. You see, even today I was giving this.
Wow, that's nice.
So I'm still in the celebration mood.
That's very good. That's very good. How does it feel like being 70?
I don't know. Sometimes, in fact, as I look at some of the people my age, and even some younger, some in their 60s that are already maybe 60 or 50 something, they look older than me. So I know that my birthday was actually recorded. So it wasn't that they just got something and wrote it and then said, oh, you are born the same period as so person. No, they actually recorded it. And then looking at when I went to school, when I graduated, Okay, first of all, primary school. I mean, I went through all the years there. Then went to high school, or let me say, the O level. Finished 7 years. I mean, sorry, 5 years. And then went to university, Ahmadu Bello University, and Ango Abdullahi was my vice chancellor. And I've spent there 4 years. And then went for NYC in Lagos and spent another 1 year. Then got, got a job. And then I kept calculating, and it just dawned on me, it's real. I'm actually 70 years old. I don't feel anything. So I've been wondering, how do 70 years old feel? But then it's really the joy. It's a blessing from God that I'm still very energetic, full of vision, still desiring to see a new Nigeria. At my age, I was speaking with Baba Obasanjo, I think was it maybe a week and a half ago, had some time with him. And he told me straight, I said, Baba, are you sure these things will happen? He said, it will happen in my lifetime. So I said, now somebody that in about 90 is still so optimistic about a new Nigeria, then me who's about 20 years or 20-something years younger, why should I give up on Nigeria? Even worse off, why should any youth in Nigeria give up on Nigeria? And so it's really, this birthday has kind of renewed me, spirit, soul, and body. And I'm just so thankful to God that I have a life. And then I've got family, I've got friends that love me, and I can just but love God and love myself.
All right.
So
We'll get into that in details, your life and your journey in Nigeria and what you are looking forward to. But first, as we do on this show, let's look at issues in the news across the world. Today is Palm Sunday. Christians all over the world are celebrating. How did you celebrate? I know you have a congregation, I believe.
Yeah, I actually traveled with my wife to conduct the wedding of a friend in South Africa, Pretoria. Okay. That's so okay. We had a wonderful time, great celebration, and then from there went to spend Palm Sunday at a friend's church, and that's where I actually got these flowers. And then tomorrow we go to Cape Town. So I'm still just enjoying my 70th. So I'm galvalanting all over the world.
That's good. That's very good. That's very good. So thinking about the war today, we know that in the Middle East, there's a war going on between Iran and Israel and the United States. So as you think about the war today, what is your perception or impression of what is going on over there?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and especially I really want to, say thank you for the sacrifice you always make in ensuring that you find news, you do research, whatever you can do to fish out news that's relevant, that's up to date, what's happening, and you're not biased in the way you're not, a lefty or a righty, you just want to bring the news as is. And like a doctor will diagnose, so that's, you make sure you find where the damages are and you damage them. And that's what you've been doing. So back to what you asked, it's so sad that there are people in this world that have just decided that they're going to be the policemen of the world, and that they decide what happens or what doesn't happen. And the issue of Iran, I mean, I know a lot of people are biased when it comes to you. It's almost like Iran, Palestine, and some of those places, they are like untouchable. You don't, just like in Nigeria, don't say anything about the Fulani headsmen. Don't say anything about, they are brothers. So people shield them. So Iran has been, a time bomb that has been waiting to explode to the whole world. And those that doubt me should just see how Iran has treated her neighbors that are also Muslim. So I would say it had to take somebody like Donald Trump. You know, he doesn't care. He doesn't play according to the books. As if his conscience or his heart tells him, do this, it's going to benefit the world, he's going to go out. He's not looking for money. He already has the money. So I would say with what is going on, I think that's my opinion, and nobody should crucify me on that. But then I think Trump, his second term is a blessing to the world, because I don't think all the nations put together would not have had the courage to face this time bomb nation called Iran. Mm-hmm. So I fully support it. Even if I stand alone doing that, is because people that don't have liberty, don't give liberty to their own people. The way I always tell people that, throw stones and criticize people like Donald Trump, oh, he went to Venezuela, oh, he did this, he did. The question we must see is, what is the body language of the citizens? Where they now calling Trump somebody that's invading a nation, the sovereignty of a nation. The Iranians are excited. They're saying they're going to be free at last. When Donald Trump took out the president of Venezuela, the Venezuelans in millions went out on the street. It's like somebody telling me today, you take out Tinubu, let's see whether if Nigerians will go on rampage, whether they will start burning places. People will celebrate for 3 weeks. The moment Tinubu is out. But right now, they will make it look as if, no, Tinubu is for the people. People like Tinubu, but they don't. If any of you that still can remember the day that Mahmoud Yakubu, the rogue INEC chairman, declared him as the winner, the nation was like in mourning, and it lasted for over a week. That's when you know that a leader or certain people are being imposed on the masses. So let's stop bothering about people that create fake narratives to satisfy whatever is their own selfish agenda. They should ask the average Iranian, what do you have to say about this war? Are you happy that Donald Trump and Israel have teamed up together to take away this Islamic terrorist regime that you've had, that have given you no freedom for all these years? So the citizens are happy, and then anybody that really loves humanity and your objective, like I am, even though I'm from the north, but I don't reason like somebody whose brain is, I've been to school. So I'm not going to let religion or let sectionalism blind my judgment. So I support the war, and I think Donald Trump shouldn't stop until he wipes off those terrorists. Because do you know that even the one in Nigeria, they are also sponsoring it. So I want them out.
So yeah, you talked about Nigeria and the connection with Iran. Can you explain to us how? Because people like us from the South, we don't fully understand the difference between the Islam from Iran and the one from Saudi Arabia. Can you explain to us, being that you understand the North, and where are they influential?
Okay, you would notice, Doc, that the question, when you hear about the killings that happen in the North, and then you hear a bombing of a mosque in Kano, a bombing of a mosque or an Islamic school in North West. So you kind of wonder, wait, we thought these terrorists were just going after Christians. How come they also go and bomb or kill or abduct other Muslims? No, the whole thing is about anyone that does not believe in this ideology of conquest, takeover, that does not believe that, this thing about like Boko Haram, Western education, anything that has to do with the West, to hell, taboo. So let's establish Islam, take Islam or the sword. So anyone that is kind of lenient, that believes that humans have a right of choice. If you're a Muslim, that means you are too nominal. You are too on the other side for them. They will come after you. So that's why anybody that is a moderate Muslim, is also a target of these terrorists. And so that's why you see the clashes that go on. But Iran, they're on the hard line. You know, that's where most of the terrorists were, I would say, were almost like birth incubated and released to the world. Iran sponsors a lot of the nations and the terrorists that have been unleashed in different nations. Do you know that people, they even give scholarships to students to go and study in Iran? And when somebody goes from northern Nigeria to go and study in Iran, they pay full scholarship and everything, but it's all about indoctrination and preparing them to be jihadis. And so when those people come back, everything they see is a human being, especially if you're a Christian, you deserve nothing but death. And you know, not long ago, they already issued a threat that Christians should prepare to either convert to Islam or be killed. So Iran has been, among the nations, has been in the forefront. But a nation like Saudi Arabia, that they should have even respected, as it has to do with the Islamic faith, but they have not acknowledged them and have not respected them because they see them as siding with the infidels. You know, they see it like the defiling of the Holy Land when they allow these infidels come and be doing boxing. You know, you go to Saudi Arabia, that's where now it's like apart from going to places like Las Vegas, the other place in the Middle East is you hear all these big, you know, matches are in Saudi Arabia. So they hate anyone, even if you're a Muslim, that seem to not go the hard line. So that's exactly what's going on. And Iran has been in the forefront.
Okay. There are people who have been saying that if you look at Nigeria, you see that just like 9/11, that most of the people who did that were from Saudi Arabia, the Sunni Muslims, and that the people who are following the Iranian model or the sect they are the Shiite, and they try to say that the people who are actually causing problems in Nigeria follow the Sunni version of Islam. I don't know. I don't understand this very well. So that's why I was asking to know if you have a full understanding of these differences. But I don't know if you have anything to add.
Okay. I think generally, I don't know if you watched a video of when other palliatives were sent for people the end of the Ramadan, and in one particular mosque they were sharing and there was a fight. I don't know if you saw that, and it was actually, it became tribal. The Hausa Muslims and the Fulani Muslims. And you must know that northern Nigeria before had just Hausas. The Fulanis came from other northern African nations and then took over and conquered and even made the Hausas like slaves. Do you know that if you check the population of the percentage population of Hausas and Fulanis are far less than the Hausas. But as it has to do with power and governance, they believe it is their right to govern any place they go to. So what do? They enslaved the Hausas, and the Hausas became like their slave subjects to them. So even when it has to do with the practice of Islam, you will still see this division between both. And if you see people that were converted from Islam to Christianity, 90-something% of them are people that are Hausas, not Fulanis. They call them Isawa. That means they believe in Isa. Isa meaning Kalmallahi, Ruhullahi. So most of them are from there. So even when you see that happen in Saudi Arabia, even though there is the predominant group, but they still have the division among them. And that's why you will see something like the invasion, or let me say, with the attacks on Iran, Iran decides to also bomb Saudi Arabia and bomb some of the neighboring nations. They are basically trying to say, we are in charge here, and all of you must, if you're not going to side with us or you stay on the fence and not tell us where you stand, we are coming after you before we let you side with the world against us. So it's still around this hardcore, extremist way of seeing things. Allah has given us the world. We are supposed to make sure Allah is king. Allahu Akbar, he must be the ruler. And so anybody that would not take it, you are gone. So even if you practice Islam and it's not the version of Islam, hardline that they believe in, they are coming after you.
Since the last time we had you on the show, United States have become involved in Nigerian crisis. They bombed places in Sokoto, and they have over 200 soldiers now in Nigeria. Are you in support of the U.S. Coming into Nigeria?
Okay, I mean, a sovereign nation, I would say, ideally, it shouldn't have been. Had the nation or the government of Nigeria showed that they were actually determined to end this insurgence, to end insecurity. But it's a regime or a government where you have, allegedly people that are in government that have been known to be either sympathizers or sponsors of terrorism. If somebody will have his advisor on security, on defense, or we have the Minister of State that is also known with questions around the involvement with terrorists, people that negotiate with terrorists, people that believe that terrorists need a second chance, they have the right to just keep killing people at will, abducting people, robbing people of their resources. Right now, we can't have people go to the farms, and even people that now escape and go to IDP camps, they are not safe. And the government the body language clearly shows that they are either behind the terrorists, sponsoring the terrorists, or they are accomplice, or they have something that they have signed or an agreement that they say, leave us alone, and then we will let you govern for as long as you want to. I remember there's this lady, I've forgotten her name, Hajia. She came out on national television and she said she met with Tinubu in the UK before the 2023 election, and he was asking her to throw her weight because he knows the influence she has in the north. So, and then she asked him, can you promise to me, a northerner, to us in the north, what do you have for us? What will you do different that will benefit us in the north? And it was so sad, and that's why she never went to fully support him, because it's almost like somebody who is admitting, my hands are tied, I can do nothing. It's almost like he signed an agreement, we will make you become president. Like I said, it's difficult for anybody to be president in Nigeria without the North standing with you. So they have been like the power brokers. They decide who they give it to. And they only give it to somebody that will serve their interest. And Tinubu is the kind of person who is ready to sell his own brother, sell everybody, to make sure he grabs and gets what he wants. And so we've never had it in the history of Nigeria with same faith, president and vice. But they agreed that we will do it so that we only, if you agree to do that, we'll give you power. The current El-Rufai that they are fighting, they're now having the case with him. He was among the people from the north that made Tinubu become president. The idea of the Muslim ticket came from him because he already did it in Kaduna State. So I would say the government truly has what it takes to end insecurity within few months, but they are not ready. They are gaining. There's something it is helping them to stay in power. So as long as insecurity continues. I mean, the president, when people are being killed, with the time that the bomb even happened, or where in Sokoto area, where was the president? Was he in Nigeria? How another foreign nation be in your nation and then be throwing bomb, but you are abroad having holiday? It just shows from the body language that truly the terrorists and the government are one and the same. The difference is that one is in the bush and one is in Aso Rock. And some of the enablers that legislate are in the National Assembly. So Donald Trump going there, it's actually a shame, should be a big shame on the government that you can't protect your own citizens. The primary responsibility of any leader or government is the security, the safety, the protection of the lives and the properties of the citizen. But these people, they only know how to protect themselves. You only know we have the police, we've got the army when peaceful protesters go out. The same Tinubu was a master strategist when it had to do with protests. But today, there's tear gas, peaceful protesters. They don't care if Nigerians are being pied every day, they lose their lives. They're in IDP camps. People can't go to the farm. They lose their ancestral lands. And they are busy playing politics and talking about 2027. So they don't really care. If America backs out from this, I'm telling you, Nigeria will be just a killing field. What we have seen in the past will be nothing. If this government continues in 2027, I am telling you, and I'm not a prophet of doom, but the body language shows it. Soldiers are being killed. Somebody is going on red carpet in the UK. It's uncalled for. What history is he trying to make? Let them prove that they can protect lives of people. The red carpet they enjoyed in the UK, they're coming back to the streets that are all filled up with potholes, and people, they have no electricity and all that. And so to me, Donald Trump should please help Nigeria, because like he helped other nations and like they are doing in Iran, I actually think that Nigeria's case and situation is worse than Iran.
Mm. So Tinubu also announced last week that he had a deal with Macron of France. So he has a security deal where they will help bring equipment and intelligence with France, with Turkey, and with United States, with US troops on the ground in Nigeria. Does that make you feel safe? I mean, thinking that you are from Kaduna, where, northern part of the country where most of these things are happening. Do you feel safer that way?
I think President Tinubu is trying to play games with Nigeria. You can't come on, Dr. Rudolph, I can't come to you and say, let's sign a deal to make sure that our property, my property, is protected, while you are still just kind of like surveying the area, checking around to familiarize yourself with the area you're going to protect. You have not even given me a report. While you were busy, you notice that there is an enclave, there is a particular place where certain people are causing havoc. And you wanted to send a message that this is what we're about to start doing, and you threw a little bomb there, just to kind of create, an awakening for the people to know this time around is not business as usual. While you are still busy checking and strategizing on how to take these people down, and you have been known all over the world to be the one that can take out any form of danger or threat in any nation, then I don't trust you. I decide to make a trip to Turkey to sign another deal. I decide to go to France, the France where I've spent more days in than visiting trouble spots in Nigeria. So that to me is like you're trying to play with people's intelligence. Just see, I'm trying to do this so that we can bring peace in Nigeria. But okay, why was the denial? Why would they want to pay money to lobbies? The money they could have used to protect people and get them back to their homes that are in IDP camps. And those same people are being abducted in an IDP camp. They've been bombed before. And it's not how many nations you go to seek for help. And you know, with the issue with Macron is that Tinubu, we already know that Tinubu will never do anything with somebody for nothing. He is busy with Macron. That's why they signed the tax. I mean, to say Nigeria of all places, we need France to come and help us. Other nations, Francophone nations, are walking away and saying we need our freedom. He wants to take us to bondage. Why? Because it will cover up their refusal and their secret plan and plot to keep Nigeria with this thing of insecurity so that they can be doing things backdoor. Insecurity is the face that covers the corruption that they are busy with behind. And it's not sincere.
Since the last time you were here, the issue of genocide in northern Nigeria, in Nigeria in general, has become a major issue in the news. It was behind the reason why Trump sent in soldiers to Nigeria, bombed places in northern Nigeria. In Congress, U.S. Congress here, they've been discussing that. They've been having sessions where they talk about the situation in Nigeria. How do you feel about where that conversation has gotten to?
I really appreciate those that took this matter beyond the shores or the borders of Nigeria. Because if they had waited for the government, it would be away forever. During Jonathan's time, there was a clear body language and a clear policy, and you could see a desire to end terrorism. But the same America we're talking about, the regime of Obama didn't help. It's now becoming public news that Obama withheld the help that Jonathan needed to have ended terrorism, or that would have brought it down. So what's going on in the Congress, what's going on in America, I would say is really, my advice would be they should take this thing almost the same way they have taken this thing about Iran. Because the situation in Nigeria, if it's not handled well and brought to an end, America will also suffer it. The number of refugees that will have to want to leave the Nigerian nation to seek for greener pastures will be more. So I would say, let the pressure go on. I am fully in support of it. There is genocide. Anybody that is trying to give it another name is because he's benefiting from this evil system. They should go and tell the people that whose families, in one night, over 300 people were killed, all those mass graves. They should go and tell the people in the IDP camp that there is no genocide. Mm-hmm. Why are they afraid of their people being killed and they are saying they are our brothers, they are our sisters?
Mm-hmm. Now, in Congress here, they are talking about changing the Nigerian constitution. They are pressing that part of the condition for this to end, based on their assessment, is that Sharia law should not be in Nigeria's constitution. What do you feel that should be the case?
Yeah, but I know you're also a student of history. You should know that the whole idea of Sharia, they just forced it on people. And I don't know why Nigerians, and I would blame the Southerners. It's like Southerners are afraid of Northerners. And you know this kind of thing of, okay, no matter what we do, they will always be in charge. They will always control. So let's go and run our businesses. We've got issues. Let's just travel abroad. Like I said, I saw you play the clip of the previous interview. I'm asking you, show me how many Fulanis are abroad. Show me how many Hausas are abroad. If any of them is there, maybe they are sent on national duty or assignment, but they are not going around thinking that Nigeria is finished, let's go out. Because we from the north, the people believe it belongs to them. The oil in the south belongs to northerners. Everything. So that's why they are very angry with Tinubu wanting now to locate everything in Lagos. There's an anger. So I would say, I as a northerner, with what's going on, I think things need to be intensified, because that's the only way. At some point, there was one time I didn't really agree when I hear people talk about this division. I don't know how they're going to do it, because in the north, you also have, Christians. In the far north, whether it's you're talking about Sokoto, you're talking about Katsina, talking about Maiduguri. So they will now become the extreme, almost an extinct minority. The people will just wipe them off, unless by the mercy of God. So for me, I don't think that should be the way they should go right now in dividing Nigeria. It's very, very tricky. You go down south, especially the southwest, you see some families, half are Muslim, half are Christian. So it's not necessarily about the religion, it's about the ideologies people have about the religion, and the fact that others don't have a right. They are the ones that have the right to impose their belief, impose their way of life on the others. So my thing will be, if I'm to call the American Congress, call President Trump and others that have what it takes to influence what is going on, I would say, we know who the terrorists are. But in being able to know the terrorists, you have to know who is keeping the terrorists going, who is supplying them the weapons, who is the one, which bank do they bank the money that they get from people, who supplies them with helicopters, who are the people in government that are helping to shield these people. If we can identify them, because I know even with what is happening now in Iran, the America and Israel, they're not just throwing bombs on the street, they are targeting people. So when they come to Nigeria and they want to deal with terrorists, it's not just go and bomb one place where they are gathered, because they are now all over the nation. And do you know them? If you bomb here, they will explode in another place. They will show up somewhere. But all of these people have a network of sponsors. And some of them, most of them are in government. That's why this thing is not ending. So they should identify, from Tinubu to his vice, to people in the Senate. I don't know if you watched the interview where on national television, the current Zamfara governor, who has now decamped to APC, just this decamping that is taking place should already tell you the leaders have decided to wage war against the citizens. And if citizens are thinking that they have a future with these leaders, they have now brought their own necks on the chopping board. It will even be, terrorism will be taken to another level. So it's not just alleged. The governor of Zamfara said they know who they are. He said they are in government. The sitting governor of Benue, one of the states that has suffered so much, because Benue seems to be the only wedge that is stopping them from going to the east and other places in the south. So they are so angry. Right from Usman Danfodio's time, they know what Benue did and stopped them from continuing the conquest. So they are unleashing this thing on them, and especially the entire middle belt. So right now, as I'm talking with you, if they want to end this truly, it's not just about putting boots on ground. It's not about just sending, and be bombing places. Take out the sponsors. Name them as terrorists. The Fulani Headsmen, the entire Mayeti Allah organization, it's obvious they are a terrorist organization. Any organization that takes pleasure in killing others in mass, they should be designated as such. So anything where you go after the terrorists, if somebody is you catch somebody with cocaine and they're taking cocaine or taking hemp or whatever, is not allowed, it's against the law in any particular society or nation, and then you keep going after those people and you imprison them, but you don't go after the ones that supply, the supply chain. It will never end. So the security, others are making money from it. Who gives them the petrol? Where do they buy the motorbikes? Where are they staying? How come their own telephone, their communication system is stronger than the one of the nation? How come they have electricity? How come they know how to abduct and collect ransom? And when you talk to the government, they say the places are not motorable. How do the terrorists go through those terrains? A nation like Nigeria that claims they have so much power and they are able to quickly go and foil a coup in a neighboring nation, but don't know how to protect innocent children being abducted from a school, withdraw the protection and the army just about an hour or so before they come. And the people said they saw the helicopter painted in green and white. So for this thing to end, President Trump and the US Congress and anyone that wants to see Nigeria truly be free from this terrorism, please, the names are already there. The governor of Benue State said they are in government. They may want to deny it now because of the power is looking for 2027. So they are all teaming up together against the people, swallowing their words, what they came out and said. Even people like Reno Omokri, that is now turning back. Have you not noticed, Doc? I know I'm kind of like going into other things. Have you not noticed that everybody that attacked Tinubu before, from a sane mind that actually was concerned about the people, when they noticed that they didn't have a job, they started praising him. And they're praising him. So what did he do? He's rewarding everybody that Nigerians have known. These are the ones that enable Tinubu to come and now bring us in this suffering. So Mahmoud Yakubu is now, being rewarded. Omokri is being rewarded. So I don't, maybe if you're not satisfied with what you're getting from YouTube and whatever, you can also just start using this, your channel, to talk about people. They may appoint you as the next ambassador to Venezuela. After the peace in Iran, you can become an ambassador.
Before we go into Nigerian politics, we'll take a break. But before then, let me ask you one last thing about this genocide. When you hear people like Bishop Kukah, the way he started speaking from a different perspective when it became an issue, how does that? How do you feel about that? Being that he should be someone who is speaking for Christians like you.
Okay. First of all, maybe let me clarify this. I'm not speaking for Christians. I'm speaking for human beings. Whether they go to church or go to the mosque or they don't even believe in God. Because God loves everyone. That's why he causes his rain to be on top and the sun to shine on everyone. So, but it's such a shame. You don't see this among the Muslim clerics. They stand, even when they outrightly see that their people are wrong, they still support them. But for somebody to, like Kukah, that was so well respected, to now backtrack and start to deny things that he spoke against before, I would say I would not be surprised that it may be is also eating from the same cookie jar. I mean, the pot from where people like Reno Mokri are eating from. Because these people can do anything. And Tinubu, for him, anything he wants, he believes he will get it with money. So I won't be surprised if they have told the man, you're going to retire very soon. We will say to you, will you be bishop forever? And Tinubu can give him billions to start saying there's no genocide. If they will go to America and in a working system and try to bribe their way, is it in Nigeria they will not bribe? Didn't he, before he became president, was he not the bishops he used? Traders and people from the street that agreed to be bishop. And we saw them lined up. So is it too much? Who is Kukah? They can buy him so easy. How much is the Catholic giving Kukah? Tinubu will make it 1 million times more. Give him a house somewhere, even in the moon, if he can. So for Tinubu, anything he wants, if he wants you, Rudolph, he will come for you. We will need to soak you in anointing oil and pray for you that you'll be delivered from Tinubunism.
All right, we take a break. When we come back, we talk about El-Rufai, Ribadu and Rufai. We talked about Ribadu and Rufai, El-Rufai, and then, of course, P2B and 2027 election. I want to know what you think is going on with the opposition. We take a 3-minute break.
Okay.
Around you, Nigerians, elections are no longer elections, they are selections. The will of the people is sold for crumbs, while politicians dine with billions they stole from you. Democracy is dead, can't you see? They buy the hungry, they bribe the court. Our nation's future has been sold and bought. Ballot boxes stolen in broad daylight. Thugs with machetes turn off the light. Police stand still, they watch and grin. The system is rigged, the people can't win, they say. Do or die, by hook or by crook they must rule. And you, the people, you suffer, you starve. Yet they laugh in your face and call you fool. Our democracy is dead, can't you see? They buy the hungry, they bribe the court. Our nation's future has been sold and bought. Democracy is dead, can't you see? They buy the hungry, they bribe the court. Our nation's future has been sold and bought. North to south, east to west, we all feel the pain deep in our chest. Don't let religion tear us apart. We need one voice, we need one heartland. The system is united against us, but we are divided against ourselves. They use tribe, they use religion to keep us blind while they steal the nation. Enough is enough, enough is enough. Democracy is dead, can't you see? Can't you see? They buy the hungry, they bribe the court. They bribe the court. Our nation's future has been sold and bought. Democracy is dead, can't you see? They buy the hungry, they bribe the court. They bribe the court.
right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. We with Dr. Haruna Goroh, who is giving us his perception on what's going on in Nigeria, the politics, and everything. Dr. Haruna, welcome back. When are you coming to New York? There's something missing in this year music video. When are you coming? Are you planning to come to New York anytime soon? There's something missing that I want to see if we can add to that.
What do you mean by missing?
Like you need a dreadlock on your.
But you can ship it. And I understand New York is being invaded by Muslims, so I don't know if you have some terrorists there hiding and waiting for Haruna. So I'm not going to take chances.
All right. Next time you want to make. Next time you want to make.
I understand your mayor is a Muslim, so.
Yeah.
I mean, with due respect to Muslims, I know not everyone is a terrorist. So
yeah, no. We are good. We are cool in New York. But you need to. I want to see you in a dreadlock and when you perform.
Do you know? Many years ago they used to refer to me as the gospel reggae king of Nigeria.
Wow. Do you actually play instruments? Do you?
Yes.
Play any?
When I was in university, I was a drummer. And when I graduated, I played drums for 5 different groups. Wow. And they will have to arrange their practices and outings to ensure that it fits my open window. Then I played after playing the drums, played the rhythm guitar and the bass guitar, write songs. So that's why you check my channel now. It's a lot of songs. I'm writing almost everything that happens. I make sure I get a song. And because it takes a lot of money to go and hire people and choreograph things and do video shooting. That's why I just gather clips here that people are familiar with so that they can relate with them, people dramatizing it.
Very good.
That's why I don't show my face much.
Mm-mm. Yeah, but we need you in a dreadlock and wear the uniform of the reggae stars and see how that goes.
I think if you can wear one, the sample you want me to wear.
Oh yeah, I have a lot. I can show you some before the end of this show. I will show you some. That's not a problem. All right, thank you so much. Let's continue our conversation. Let's come home. Yeah. Because you just like we said at the beginning, you just celebrated your 70th birthday, and today our own President Bola Ahmed Tinubu turned 74. You 70, Tinubu 74. Now let me play a video of Tinubu speaking last week. I think he was actually on maybe Friday or during the APC's convention where they basically made him their candidate. Let's watch him speak.
I assure you, many of you lamenting the problem of electricity, power. Yes, we are paying attention to that. The Grid Asset Management Company, CAMCO, which will inject approximately 1,500 megawatts into a new grid corridor. We are going to improve on it. Electricity will become better and be assured there will be opportunity and progress in our industrialization path. Tonight,
that's technically he's older by 4 years, and this is how he sounds and the way he, I know that he has health issues which we are not aware of the details, but when you see someone like that running a country of 240 million people, hardly present, doesn't attend events, like go and visit scenes of things where things happened, where people died, what normal presidents do across the world, he doesn't do that. How do you feel about having a man like that running a country like Nigeria?
I thought I was watching, it's sad. I never knew that Nigeria would come this low. We brought to this kind of international ridicule and disgrace. That with all the smart people we have in Nigeria, this is all the best we can offer the people or the world. He's obviously not there. I'm sorry if I use the American situation. We knew how, for selfish interests, how the Democrats were forcing an old man that should have gone to rest until he was nationally and internationally disgraced. And they quickly rushed in with another plan with somebody else that wasn't competent. And that's why they all lost. So I would say, while I pity the man, because he is fulfilling a long-time ambition, Amy Locom, he said, it is my turn. So as frail as he is, you see how he's falling all over the place? 74 years old man has to be held by by the King of England because he can't walk. He went to Turkey, they had to help him. He fell. The man we know is finished. But he is being kept there because of the selfish interests of people that are around him. Just like what is happening in other nations, like you go to Cameroon, our neighbors. So sometimes people, they need such a person to perpetuate evil. Like the time of Buhari. Buhari basically didn't know what was going on as long as they can give him the count of how many cattle he still has. The time he was there. He was basically not there. The president of the nation you are in now, they take interviews, spontaneous interviews. He's about to enter the plane. They are following him with interviews. He's in the plane. They're interviewing him. Tinubu didn't even attend one debate before presidency. You can't interview him on any matter. In fact, even if you interview him concerning his family, he may forget the names of his children. That's the one that is being forced on Nigeria. I would say it's a shame on Nigeria as a nation, and especially it's really a ridicule to smart people that a person that should have been allowed to go and sit down somewhere in a retirement home where they remind him which day of the week is. I'm telling you, Rudolph, I don't know, just watching this makes me so sad. And they are parading him and pushing him for 2027. Psychopaths around him. I did a broadcast where I said nobody can convince me that Tinubu hasn't cast a spell on Nigeria. I cannot be convinced. This is a spell. Nigerians are too smart. You know Nigerians wherever they go. Extremely smart. If there is in crime, they are smart criminals. If it's in good, they are smart. If it's churches, Nigerian churches are the best in the world. But it comes to governance. They now have allowed somebody who doesn't even know his name, doesn't know his date of birth. And now what is the Senate or the lawmakers trying to do? They are going to decriminalize anybody forging a certificate. If you forge a certificate, it doesn't disqualify you from becoming a governor or being in the House of Rep or House of Assembly. You can become a president with forged certificate. So what did they do? They just gathered everything about Tinubu that they know has falsehood. And they now use that to make it legitimate. That man was finished. But psychopaths put him there. I'm telling you, if Tinubu continues in 2027, you and I will do another broadcast saying where are we going to resurrect Nigeria? because it's in fact that is if we find something to resurrect.
Now, at the convention of APC last week, there were 32 governors out of 36 in the country. They have control of the National Assembly, both the Senate and the House of Rep, in terms of majority of the people there. The opposition is struggling. I don't know what, if you're in part of any political party at this moment, but how do you see the game as we approach 2027, the political game?
Okay, you know that Tinubu wants to be like an emperor, and he has bribed everybody, he has scared them, hypnotized them to say, because with what has happened with many by-elections, they are not playing according, it's not politics or democracy, it's about buy off everybody, impoverish them, then buy them off. So what is happening, those people, all those so-called governors that are decamping, and now they are 32 out of the 36 states, and then he planted Wike in the FCT for the same purpose. He simply wants to declare himself a life president. This whole thing is about that. It's beyond 2027. That's why you're hearing them begin to kind of sing it or bring it in a little bit until people accept it as what should be. Because the Senate, the House of Rep, is a rubber stamp. They are like bomb boys. Whatever he says, Tinubu on your mandate, Tinubu on your mandate, we shall stand. Where do you see that happening? Can you imagine that happening in the US, where senators, even Republican senators, saying, Donald Trump, on your mandate, we shall stand. But these people, you can see they're like zombies. They're so helpless. The spell of Tinubu has gripped them, and they are scared of losing the election because they know with the APC and Tinubu, there's nothing like credible election. Forget it. For them, it's all about buying votes, using the INEC, using the judiciary. Everything is about use money against the people. So what I would say is that 2027, they've already sealed it that Tinubu will continue. But that will only be possible if Nigerians allow it to happen. They've used fear, intimidation, and everything in their evil book to ensure they destroy the opposition. They're planting people. So that's why there's no opposition. And they're still busy, even right now with ADC, they're busy working to destroy it. And I'm sorry to say this, somebody like Atiku, if Atiku had been smart enough and thought about Nigeria, he should not have been thinking about running. It would have been an obvious run between APC and ADC. But right now, as I'm speaking, they still don't know who is going to be their flag bearer. And the APC did their own ahead of time so they can position themselves to squash the opposition and create factions among them. So going forward, Doc, my call will not be to be any politician, not even Obi, because Obi is only one person. But the spontaneous, or let me say the organic young people or supporters that are behind him, those people are not people that are concerned about a political party. But because you can't elect, somebody cannot be elected unless he belongs to a party. That's why they are now registering under ADC. So going forward, Nigerians must stand up against these 32 governors, stand up against the Senate, stand up against all the lawmakers, stand up against all these politicians, a few of them that have ganged up against 240-something million Nigerians, because these people are not up to 5,000. But they have ganged up against a nation of millions. So if Nigerians, if they continue in 2027, it's not because of Tinubu. It's not because of the governors. It's because of Nigerians. If they can come after robbing you dry, you are dying of hunger, and then they come and give you a bag of rice. They gather you in stadiums. Money they stole from you, they now start to share it to you. And then you go there, Ebola on your mandate. I would say the problem is not with the politicians, it's with you. So Nigerians are the ones that should free themselves. And if this thing about allowing the so-called city boys to come and brainwash them, Tinubu's son is going around brainwashing people, and gullible people are falling prey. But Nigerians need to wake up and say enough is enough. Tinubu has lied on every turn. He said, if I don't give you electricity in 4 years and I come for re-election, don't elect me. Why should they endorse a person that has taken the state house away from the national grid? He has said to everybody, stay in darkness, but will do nothing. If you get in 2027, what we're having now will be like heaven on earth. So Nigerians should stand up and say enough is enough. These politicians that were voted under different platforms and parties that went to represent our interests, they are no longer representing our interests. How will somebody that was voted under LP, voted under PDP or AFGA or any other party, then suddenly they all come to one party? No, that's too obvious. That these people are not there for Nigerians. So Nigerians need to stand up and fight for themselves and fight for themselves. So they should go register, go and vote them out. If somebody like Obi ends up getting the ticket, or whichever party will have to go, if Atiku continues to stay there, and spoil it like he has always done, I would say all the young people, all those that want to see change, should go to whichever party where they see somebody like Obi that has what it takes to move the nation forward, and everybody should vote, no matter which party, vote against this tyrannic regime, and then defend the votes. Because if that's not done, they will use the courts, they will use INEC, use the courts, and again, they'll force themselves there. So the battle is against the people, not even against Obi.
Okay, we have people waiting to join the conversation. I will let them in now, but I want you to help us understand what's happening to El-Rufai, your former governor. He was, like you said a few minutes ago, he was part of the people that brought in this government, set up the Muslim tickets, and now he's facing trial. He's locked up. They just freed him to go for the mother's funeral. What happened? How did he fall out of favor with his government?
Okay, El-Rufai is a very strong northerner. It's a person that if he wants something, he will go for it, and he also kind of slick and sneaky in the way he does things. So Tinubu was scared that when somebody like El-Rufai is allowed, he will be a big competition in the north for him. And so they needed to cut off his wings, so that his influence over the north, because El-Rufai, whatever he said then, the northerners did. So if they allowed him in government, he would be too strong for Tinubu. So they needed to, that's why, you know as well as I do, I believe so, that anybody they want to bring into the government or his cabinet, it doesn't matter whether you were a known terrorist, whether you were a known armed robber, they will polish you and they will do bola on your mandate and let the person go through. So for them to have disqualified El-Rufai after having said he's supposed to be in the cabinet, there was an alert that came and said to Tinubu, you are shooting yourself in the foot. Don't let this guy come in, because how he suddenly they changed their mind. People have been calling for the removal of the person, the national security advisor. Has Tinubu succumbed? Many people that they've been calling remove. Has Tinubu succumbed? But the way that he realized was going to threaten his hold on power in the future. So everything has been based on selfish reasons. There are people in Tinubu's government that have stolen more money than El-Rufai. There are governors that are today positioning themselves with Tinubu. How about Yaya Bello of this thing, Kogi? And there are, how about Akpabio? Akpabio that is even the third in command. And many of them, these are not, but they will let their cases, they will just say it's alleged, it's alleged. They keep adjourning. But when it came to El-Rufai, because it's not on their camp now, and they are threatened, they know that El-Rufai, when it pushes that might and that weight of the North, and ADC comes in, Tinubu will be out, because they know what to do from the Northern angle. So that's why they are squeezing him. He's basically suffering, the same thing they did to people before. They turned and they are doing it against him, and they want to silence him before it becomes very, very, his influence over ADC and the future politics as it runs towards 2027. So they want to crush and just squash everyone that will be in opposition and be a threat. And he happened to have been the one in the ring, or the one that is being choked now. But I'm not fully in support of him. I wouldn't say he's not guilty or whatever, but there are more criminals in Aso Rock that also, if the EFCC is doing selective judgment or justice, if do you know, it doesn't matter whether you stole the central bank and you sink Bola on your mandate, you carry that money and go and mandate with it.
Is the current governor of Kaduna State doing better than El-Rufai did?
He's just a smart politician that knows how to play politics with the people. And, I can be injecting you with something and be feeding you and be telling you. So they are all doing the same thing. It's just that El-Rufai was kind of a very tough, ruthless guy. But he wasn't subtle. But this guy is subtle. Still biting you. A snake is biting you, but I'm feeding you with ice cream. So to me, it's the same. It's actually the enemy you know outrightly, you can handle easier than the one you don't know. And that's how I see the current governor.
All right, let's get to our people who are here in the studio. We give them a chance to ask you their best question or make a comment. We start with you, Tony. You are on.
Greetings, Dr. Damages, and greetings, Dr. Haruna. I've been following you. I thank you for the various interventions that you have, been involved with in trying to resolve some of the problems that we are grappling with in Nigeria. Now, you are a Northerner and a Christian, and I am wondering why is it so difficult for you people to find a way of defending yourself, just as General T.Y. Danjuma has advised? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tony, for that question. Our problem is not the terrorists. Our problem is the terrorists in Aso Rock. They will defend and protect the ones that are killing us. But if one of us get up to defend ourselves, and it leads not just to the loss of life of human beings, to the loss of a cow, Tinubu's government, starting from Buhari till now, a whole community can be wiped off because of one cow. So our fight is not against the terrorists in the north, it's against the government. Because they don't, when our people are being killed, they don't send, even when there's intel ahead of time that this is going to happen, they wait until the people have been killed, then they come. And even with what happened not long ago, and there was a report that came out saying that these are the number of people, the one that happened in Kaduna State, they denied. So a government that is busy spending more money in denial than accepting. So how are we going to protect ourselves against the government that have the police, have this thing? But we are confronted by three forces: the terrorists, the government security apparatus, I would say the police, the army, and then the politicians. All of them have teamed up against us, from especially the middle belt. And that's why it's difficult for us, even if we want to stand up and do what T.Y. Danjuma is advising. He doesn't have the power. He's retired. You notice what is happening now to General Christopher. The moment they played politics on him, the same person that was calling, let's kill the terrorists, no negotiation. Now they use politics to bring him in. And now he's going to do Bola on your mandate in the UK, while fellow soldiers are being killed. I'm telling you, Nigerian government is a terrorist organization. And so it's difficult for anybody to stand up and say they are doing self-defense when the government, I mean the army, the police will be unleashed against you. So that's why we're not doing anything. The vigilantes, they go after them. When the community get together and say self-defense, they come and arrest the people at night. Or they go from house to house arresting them, imprison them, and some of them we don't even know whether they are still alive.
All right.
So sorry. What is the way out? I mean, you can't just be killing and killing and killing. What's the way out?
The way out is that every Nigerian that is tired, not just from the north, vote out outrightly, come out in mass. Make it so difficult that Tinubu should not even get 20%. And let every Nigerian, because there's a power of number. If every Nigerian from north to south decide this time around we will not be bought, we're going to take a stand. Because everything is about the heart of the person that is, everything rises and falls on leadership. Why is it that we didn't have the war and all the killings during Jonathan the way it is now? Jonathan simply said, my ambition of wanting to go for another term is not worth the blood of one Nigerian. We know that Patience did not even attend the handing over to Buhari. That's how angry she was. She felt like, why would you just let this thing go? You have the power. But the man had a conscience. But this current government, they have no conscience. They are diabolic, evil. They hate Nigerians. And that's why all the politicians are gathering together against Nigerians. So only Nigerians can free themselves.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go to AY.
Yeah, Dr. Haruna Goroh, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I have some problem with your submission. I know Dr. Dameji said it seems you are speaking for Christian. You said no, you are not. It actually sounds you are speaking for Christian. I really have problem with this kind of support, because I feel like we keep dividing the country along religion line, intentionally or unintentionally, religion or tribal line. And I have problem with a lot of your submission. You were praising Trump for invading countries. Your argument was there is protest, people are happy, blah, blah, blah. Even in America, as we speak, there is a big protest going all over the country. The phrase is they don't want a king because America is a constitutional democracy. They want the president to follow the rule of law and respect the rule of law, which is not doing, and the country is not doing good. The question you ask yourself, this rhetoric, will it be okay if another country invade America to defend, to protect the people? The other thing is, you spoke about Iran. It doesn't seem you understand what is going on in Iran, in that region. I think you should learn more about that. The Shia group in Iran, the Shia Muslim, they are just 10% of the Muslim group. Iran they don't have any link with a major terrorist group in the Middle East, especially like the ISIS, the Al Qaeda. These are groups that were documented, the CIA sponsor. As you can see, the president of Syria today, he is from those groups. He's a friend of America. He comes to White House and play around. He was a leader of the major group. So you can learn more about him as well. And the other thing is, you also have problem with a Muslim being mayor of New York. You just joke with that you think it's funny. I don't think it is. I don't think we should be thinking along this line that the leader should be Christian, Muslim, whatever, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. Especially with you elders, I think we have to encourage a culture of unity where the leader is going to be somebody that is detribalized, that does not have religious issues. I think these are major issues. That when I look at from 1999, I usually give a lot of credit to Obasanjo because I feel he's the one that is close to that group. I have problem with other presidents. We don't need this kind of leadership in Nigeria. I think this is the major problem we are having. But my final question. So in Israel, they actually banned Catholic church leader from Palm Sunday Mass. This is the first time it's happening in the century. During Ramadan, they stopped the Muslim from accessing the Al-Aqsa Mosque. What do you have to say about that? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. AY, I don't know what that short form means, but then it's okay. First of all of us that are on this platform that are part of this broadcast right now, everybody has his, convictions, his beliefs, and it shows in everything we do. Sometimes we try to pretend, and people that have followed my broadcast, if you be very objective, you will know for about 2 years of me being online, people didn't know I was a Christian. They didn't know whether I went to church, whether I preached, which religion I belong. They just know I'm from the north. They just know I'm from Kaduna. They don't even know where in Kaduna. So I've tried to stay very neutral and objective, and still am. And that's why I believe in Jesus, but you have never heard me mention Jesus, because we're speaking about the suffering of Nigerians. I know it's because he brought other things about America. My primary concern has been Nigeria, not even America. So I may not know everything much, but anything that seems to be like America's position and what they do could help us deal with this terrorism that our government is not prepared to face. I used to criticize Trump, but then I asked myself, if an enemy can help me, somebody that I used to have issues but can help me, even if he has an ulterior motive, I think I shouldn't just throw him away, throw the baby and the bad water. So that's why I speak like that. And when I talk about Islam that way or more, and it sounds like I'm making fun, this my eye is because of that. I have suffered in the hands of terrorists. We've lost people. So when somebody speaks, you may not know from what perspective, what angle is it coming. Somebody can be an advocate. No, it's for peace, we're for peace. But when you come face to face, you go to Yelwata and tell the people, these people are for peace. They will tell you, then you don't know. Just like I don't know what is happening in Iran, like I don't know the different sects. I'm not even concerned about Iran. I want us to talk about our people that are suffering. I don't know if you're in Nigeria, but to me, I think you may be abroad. So, but you can be abroad. There's a reason why you're there. And I'm not saying everybody that's abroad, they are running away because of the situation. But imagine with the wisdom, the knowledge we have, the skills we have, the brains we have, and we will have somebody, such a person that is not even fit to govern a local government, but is governing the whole nation. So anybody that can help us get there to take them out, that these killings can stop. So if it means America will do it and the rest of the world will pretend as if nothing is happening, people in Nigeria are fighting for 2027 while people are being killed. The army, a military guy, a soldier comes out to say all these politicians should send their children to the army. What did they do? They dismissed him. So people have no voice. So for me, my concern is not Iran. It's not America. It's not even New York. My concern is what happens in Lagos, what happens in Maiduguri, what happens in Boko, what's happening in Nigeria. So whatever discussion we can make and finally get to that point, if the guy of China that America don't like, if he's able to help bring this insecurity to an end, I am for him. I am not a person that is religious or talking about tribalism or sectionalism. The time has started to talk about we need a government that works. The people that attacked me the most were my northern brothers and sisters. Some of my family people are Muslim. My mother was a Muslim. My father-in-law was an Al-Haji. So it's not like we're against a particular religion. But my question is that if 90-something% of the people that keep going out and killing others in the name of their God, shouldn't the whole world gang up and say, we know the common enemy? Then we say, let's just understand them. No, let's not talk religion. But they are using religion to come and wipe off your children. You say, no, it's fine. You know, it's their right. It's their religion. That's how they believe. No, I'm going to speak. That's why, as somebody from Kaduna State, I've decided I'm going to expose our people from the north. They've lied to us. For years, they told us, don't accept anybody from the south, especially if they're from the southeast. They believe they can get the resources from the south. But the people are not good for governance. Then small time we say, we are all Nigeria. It's a lie. Somebody is benefiting from this. And I have brain. I went to school. And I'm too smart, even at my age, 70 years old, I'm too smart to watch these people play games on us anymore. And many Northerners are waking up to that. And they are very angry. They are not happy with what is going on. And if you are from the South, I am pleading with you. Sometimes we think you are the problem because you just go on as long as you can run your business. As long as people can go and drink Ogogoro, they are fine. But if these people come down south, all this Ogogoro will end. So, and I'm saying, in fact, cancel everything I said about Donald Trump. Remember everything I said about what's going on in Nigeria. You have a right to believe.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Mr. James, you're next.
Yes, thank you very much for coming. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, right, good. I wish I have enough time to engage our guests in a protracted discussion, but it's not possible because of the nature of things. He has spoken, and we've heard him. But what I do not really understand is, whenever we are discussing the problem of Nigeria, we are very good at enumerating the problems that has been existing since the pre-colonial times till now. But to provide solutions, concrete empirical solutions to the problems, we are found wanting. I don't know why. Now, this is why I'm saying this. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is beyond redemption. No man born of a woman, even if angels should come, if angels exist, if angels come from anywhere to solve Nigerian problems, they will go back disappointed. I'm using this language because I don't even believe the existence of God. God has not, it's an imagination of man, this issue of God and devil. So anyway, that's not what I'm after now. What is the solution to this problem? Since the country is irredeemable, it's beyond redemption, there's need for us to pack it up. Let me cite some examples I've been citing on this platform ever since. Empire rises and falls. The Persian Empire rose and fell. Babylon rose and fell. Assyrian, Sumerian, the Egyptian Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire, and the Chinese, the Indians, they rose and fell. In contemporary times, Bosnia-Herzegovina split out of in a certain country. Czechoslovakia, good. Czechoslovakia broke up into Czech and Slovak. Ethiopia broke up and Eritrea was born, and so many other examples. India is a particular example. In 1947, when they gained their independence, there was serious religious problem. So there was the partitioning. That was an homegrown solution to a very cancerous problem. There was partitioning. Pakistan was partitioned. The Muslims in India moved to Pakistan. The Muslims in Pakistan, they moved into India, and this is how these two countries came into existence. The Pakistanis, they were living, they could not see things eye to eye with the people from Bangladesh. The Bangladeshi people, they break away. Soviet Union scattered, and republics emerged. So why are we, should I say, fooling ourselves? When I say we, it's including myself, why are we fooling ourselves as far as the problems of Nigeria are concerned? If it is time for us to pack it up, we should be brave enough to say so. And one thing again is that the leaders of thought, this is the time for them to come together to find out how the people will be governed if the country happens to collapse. Because we don't want a situation whereby politicians will create a situation that is now existing in Southern Sudan. Southern Sudan break away from Sudan. They could not get themselves organized because they were not prepared. In the case of South Africa, when apartheid ended, it was a smooth, takeover because the ANC, right from 1912, they prepared for leadership, though they were more concerned with liberation struggle. This is the time for us to prepare. So I'm suggesting if the country should break up now, the people of the North will be in a very funny situation because the Muslims and the Christians, they are mixed up. The Muslims will outnumber the Christians. Can we use the Pakistani, formula? This is the time for the leaders in the North to sit together. If we happen to break up, should the Christians in Borno, Nasarawa, whatever it is, move to Benue State? Should the Muslims then move to Kaduna? This is the time to work out the modalities because the country is irredeemable. The country is beyond redemption. This is my opinion. So we should stop complaining. The complaints are getting too much. We know that Bola Tinubu is not performing. Buhari never performed. In fact, since independence till now, before independence, we'll be conducting elections. Elections will not take us anywhere. The way Bola Tinubu came to office is questionable. He was sworn in the witchy hours of the night. So, if I get my voter's card and go and vote, the vote will not count. They've already rigged the elections. They are telling you that anybody who forges a certificate is free to contest elections. So we should stop fooling ourselves. The country is irredeemable. I cannot explain why I left the country. I've done it on this platform before. I'm convinced beyond all reasonable and unreasonable doubt that the country cannot be redeemed. So let us face realities. The earlier we do that, the better. We will save future generations from unmitigated disaster.
All right, thank you. Thank you, James. Dr. Haruna.
Okay, Mr. James, thanks for your submission and your feelings and your sentiment on this issue. Is so sad that we have to be brought to a point where we see our precious nation as irredeemable. I believe, I mean, we are standing on two different sides when you say you don't even believe in God because of some of these things. So if I bring the God factor, we may not even understand. So let's even use the human factor. Humans are the problems of humanity. We use the Southeast, for example. The Southeast, sadly, Kanu, it's in prison, and they did to spite the Southeast. They made sure they took him to Sokoto, the seat of where this whole thing started. And he's there. The people have been advocating. We've had other advocates. We know nothing has happened like what is happening to Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu. So sad. However, we've had people that stood up to say, no, we don't want this. This injustice must end. Let's go our separate ways. The issue is this. You that is calling for this, that all these discussions, and maybe it's just like going around the same mountain spiral circle. When you say, let's go our separate ways, this thing is not working. This Nigeria, it's almost like there's no Nigeria. So to recreate, who will champion it? Who will mediate it? Who will advocate? Who will call for that convergence when we can say today, on so-so day, we are going our separate ways? This thing was handed to us by the colonial masters, and they did the division ahead of time because of their own personal interest. And they left us now together, squeezed in this marriage that we're now finding out that is not working. So you are in a marriage and you decide, I'm tired of this abuse. I want to leave the marriage, and you are caught and imprisoned. You are told you are married for life, you can't leave. So then when you discover that I can't stay, and they have caged me, so what else do you do? So going forward, we are saying, maybe if we just try our luck, since we would say as if God has forgotten Nigeria, let's say let luck work for us and say somehow we have a little window of somebody that is a transformational agent, because humanity, whether we like it or not, whether we believe in God or not, he still uses human beings, not angels. No spirit will come down to save us. We that created the problems we are living with, we still have to be the one that must reason and come out and solve it. But you cannot gather people that have individual interests, not collective interests. They're not thinking about, somebody is in the West is only thinking about Westerners. Somebody is in the North is only thinking about Northerners. Middle belt, only thinking about middle belt. So you need somebody that will think the people, not see, just as my brother spoke earlier on, that's AY, concerning all these divisions. If we can lay aside these differences, do you know our problem in Nigeria? Why other nations, even though they have their problem, but they all speak one language? If you believe the Bible, the Tower of Babel, the people couldn't continue and scattered because their language was different. Languages were scattered. So imagine a nation of close to 400 different languages. Even if you start dividing Nigeria to local governments and say every local government, 700 and something, they are now different nations. In that local government, after about 5-6 years, they will start fighting themselves, looking for another nation out of a local government. So we have not learned to accept each other. There is selfishness. Go to the Southeast. They're the ones that fight Peter Obi the most. And so if brothers don't even want to see their own brother and they're thinking, oh, no, he's bad, he doesn't have this. I, as a northerner, can see, and I'm saying, not saying the man is perfect. I'm not into politics. I'm just somebody that looked and I said, wait, among all these politicians, who seem to have something a little, that have some little sanity and credibility, has not stolen money, will not have this kind of 200 cars on the road, he's flying abroad and carries people that are not necessary. And I'm saying, it looks as if it's only this man, Obi. Till today, I've never met with Obi. So it's not like he gave me anything. And I'm just a northerner who is saying our northern brothers have lied to us enough. This power must stay in the north. Enough is enough. That's why I'm not in support of somebody like Atiku. If we can find other people from other regions that have what it takes so that they can bring Nigeria to a place where we're able to discuss as people that are thinking Nigeria, not personal interest. You need that forum before they can now say, this is how we are going to let people go their separate ways. But currently, we have been boxed together. And if you want to go out alone to advocate, they will crush you because they know people like you are standing against what they are gaining from. So going forward, if you have ideas on how we can do it, share it. The world is all about ideas, but let's not forget, everything runs on interest. People will crush you and kill you if they think you are coming to divide this nation today and they will not get the oil. The power will be decentralized. They hate it. So to me, I would say instead of just giving up, throwing in the towel, if you are abroad, imagine if those nations also gave up on their nation. Because as you talked about the different revolutions, you know, sometimes there has to be death before life. There has to be loss before gain. So in the fight to see the birth of a new Nigeria, we will lose people. You know, some people will be misunderstood, like I've been misunderstood by my own people. I'm being seen as a traitor, as if I've been bought over by the South.
All right, thank you, James. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. Let's go to Maska, who's joining us from Nigeria. Maska.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I can see you're lenient on me. You're paying attention to my flight that I'm coming in and going. And
yes,
I thank you for joining.
Yes,
you are a good man.
I always forget that you are joining us from Nigeria because you know you are calm and there's light where you are. Most
internet is stable.
It just took light now, but we won't wash our country's dirty linen publicly. All right. So thank you.
Sorry, Maska. Sorry, before you go on, we don't need to wash. It's already been spread out by them, the leaders.
Yes, but I'm not going to use my energy to support what bad thing the leaders have done. That two wrongs don't make one right, Mr. Haruna. All right, but thank you, Mr. Rudolph. And unfortunately, I want to start with you. I think for the first time, you truly... Okay, so I shouldn't use the word disappointed me because I don't think you've ever appointed me. But I think for once, you are not holding your guest leg to the fire. You asked him a question, he didn't answer, you tried to give him an expo, he even didn't copy the answer, and you decided to just give him a pass mark. It's unfair. Because tomorrow, when you hold other people to account, you should remember that you are not being a just anchor. I want to put that on record. So having put that, let me go back.
Can you help the audience know what you're talking about? Because most people didn't.
Okay, he made a statement. He said Iran is a terrorist country, and Iran, he was educating you that Iran is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. And you asked him, okay, me, I'm not a northerner. I don't understand what's going on. Try and educate me how Iran is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. There are words I can use, but I think I have respect for almost everybody. So I won't use these words, you know. What the heck? He faffed and waffed around. So let's call a spade a spade. And you said, okay, look, but so the expo you were giving him, but I understand that there's Shia, there's Sunni. Okay, he didn't copy that expo, and you allowed him to, which is okay. Look, I understand you're a gentleman, but I believe that if we're going to do this right, we should also, when we wear the cap of an anchor, we should forget our personalities, at least some of the. But anyway, Mr. I don't want, it's not about you. So thank you for coming on to the show, Dr. Haruna. As you can see, my name is Maska. I'm a Muslim. I'm also from the North, so that at least you can understand where my views will be coming from. I have 2 questions, 2 comments, and I think 1 recommendation. The recommendation has been made, but I just want to add weight to it. My first question is, are you related to Nuhu Shadalafia?
I wouldn't want to answer that because that's not why I'm here.
Well,
I'm here to talk about Nigeria. No, it's fine.
Because of, I think he's an APC person, and I'm trying to understand really how strong you feel about your convictions. If he's probably your brother and he's in APC, you're in supporting Peter Obi, I will give you more respect. That's all I'm saying. I'll hold your views more solid. That's
90%.
It's 90%. Fine if you don't like.
Sorry. I will answer you. Sorry. 90-something% of all my people are APC. I am actually seen as a traitor for not supporting APC. We are traditionally known to be always leaning towards, whether you call them the previous names before this APC, that's where we are supposed to be. However, I started to.
It's fine, Dr. Haruna, it's fine because the time on this show, I know a lot of people will be itching to ask questions. So I thank you for I think you've actually answered my question. So I respect you for that because it shows that you are a man of conviction. The second question also, just to also put my heads right around the personality I'm looking at. Are you conceptually, if the country divides, are you going to be part of the middle belt? Where based on where you come.
Even if I was staying in Sokoto, I would remain in Sokoto. Not just middle belt. Because I don't know if you listened to me when I talked about my mother, my immediate junior sister, and many of my relatives. These are either Al-Hajjas or Al-Hajjis. And it's not like the one in the Southwest when people mix. Our own. If you are in, you are in, whichever side you stand. So for me, my conviction, not only on the issues of Nigeria, but even the issues of faith are a lot personal. And I have been seen to be, why is it different? And it's just based on personal conviction. But throughout from 2022 to maybe part of this year, I never made mention of my faith, never made mention of me even being a preacher, no mention of church. Everything was about how do we make Nigeria work. I only just disclosed the fact that I am from Kaduna State.
No, I know where you are from. I know exactly where you come from, even in Kaduna State. And in my mind, if the country divides, your place is not going to be in the middle belt. But that's beside.
I know that. I know. I'll be in the north.
I just wanted to find out from. So these are the 2 questions. My first comment, I will start with, since you are a Christian, I will say that I'm sure you agree with the fact that from the abundance of the heart,
the mouth
speaketh. Now, it's very obvious to me, and somebody also on the panel have alluded to that fact. It's very obvious that when you speak from a position of sentiment. And I think it is not okay because I believe that a role comes with a lot of responsibility. If you are given a mic before you speak, given the fact that the platform is not a small platform, I think we should be very careful how we respond to the mic. Even if you crack a joke, the joke would have weight. So we should also be mindful of the kind of jokes we speak, because at the end of the day, your position of sentiment was very, very clear. To crack that joke that simply because the mayor of New York is a Muslim at this level of platform, I think it tells a lot about where you're coming from. I think that in my mind, you should go back, search your soul. You propose that you want to unite the country, but if you speak from a position of sentiment, if you speak from a Christian perspective, I'm a Muslim, but I would try as much as possible in my life when I come to public positions to try and not speak from the position of my faith, because I have that understanding that a lot of people, when they listen, some of them would take to heart what you say. It's not everybody that has a very deeply discerning mind. So we should be mindful of that. And somebody like you who is in the public space, my first comment is that I think you should be very, very circumspect about this fact that it may not be obvious to you, but you speak abundantly from a position of sentiment. That's the first comment. The second comment, I really am not happy that I'm not a Muslim, I'm not a Christian, but for you to, I'm sure a lot of Christians would take offense to the fact that you look at somebody like Hassan Matthew Kukah and say that he has collected money. Not even to add the word, what is the word now that they use when something is not proven? Allegedly. You are not even using allegedly. You were very comfortable in proposing that he was bought over. That also, I think you should be very careful with that attitude when you come to public microphone. It's not okay. Hassan Matthew Kukah is a deeply respected person. And you ended up by joking also that, well, you will give anointing oil to Mr. Rudolph so that he will not collect money from Tinubu. And the question I was asking myself, so if you have a powerful anointing oil that will protect Mr. Rudolph, how is it possible for us to think that Hassan Matthew Kukah has no access to an anointing oil that would have prevented him from collecting money? So these are my second comments. You know, my recommendation also is, I think it's AY that suggested, but let me put it like this, Dr. Haruna, you and I are Northerners, okay? And obviously people will say that we are the ones that don't want the country to divide, because if the country divides, probably maybe yes, the fact of the matter is that not economically, it's not at an advantaged position as it is today within the grand arrangement of the country. So the reality also is that when we speak, we should also be very mindful of the realities of the propositions we make. So let me try and make this a bit clearer, okay? Based on my two comments, or the first one especially, that you speak from a position of sentiment, you speak from a Christian position. And in the end, what the effect of that in the end is a divisional tendency. People tend to divide, okay? Because a Southerner, the way you sound, it will sound as if every Northerner is against the Southerner. And you made even mention of something like that, that your Northerners are lying to you, that they should never trust a Southerner, especially the Southeasterner. That is a very divisive statement to make in a public space. It may be true, but I don't think that is the most important statement that you should carry today if you truly want to unite the country. So my recommendation is you.
Can I ask you something?
Sorry,
can I ask
Doctor.
you something? Let me ask you something.
Once I finish, it will be up to you to respond or say whatever. But if you want to ask, I'm willing to. Go ahead and ask.
No, because each of us, everybody that has spoken here or in previous broadcasts, whether I'm watching Rise or I'm watching channels, everyone have had, every political party that comes, they speak from the position of sentiment. When I hear Gumi, I hear the position of sentiment. Everybody that's speaking here is from the position of sentiment based on your convictions, based on what part of the aisle you are sitting. Even you go to the politics of America or other nations, people will be on one side, even when they can see outrightly that something is white. But if our side says black, we all vote black. So here, I used to have certain convictions, and I said from 2022, if you go and check my broadcast previously.
Don't go far, Mr. Haruna. Look, let me put it to you. When you started, all these things you said, you've just countered the whole thing you said, almost the whole evening. You yourself this evening said that Mr. Rudolph here is a very balanced person. You can't now in the same night tell me that everybody is coming from a position.
I'm talking about he's the moderator and he needs to be neutral. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the rest of us, from me to every submission.
You mentioned the prominent name you mentioned was Sheung of channels.
And
he's a moderator.
But do you know people have labeled Rufai as partisan?
Which is okay. That's not
so
the
I'm
issue.
just saying, it depends
I'm saying that you came from a position of sentiment. That is okay.
Are you not speaking from the position of sentiment?
You want to unite the country.
Do you know all of us are speaking from the position of sentiment, but it may not go well with you. Then it looks as if this person doesn't know what he's talking about. I am telling you, when you hear me talk about terrorism, I am talking from the position of sentiment and experience. I was almost lost my life, and I've lost people from terrorists that shouted Allahu Akbar while they were doing it. So when I speak, I will sound different to any other person, and it will sound like I'm biased. It's because of my first-hand experience. So, and I don't want to go into personal issues here. You know, I was invited to this show because it's not only on this show. I have my own show. There are other shows I appear, and I do a lot of broadcasts. And I'm not saying everybody needs to agree with me. So if it doesn't go well, and it sounds like...
Look, it's fine. Like I said, my first statements were questions, which in a way you didn't really want to answer, but you've answered out of respect. I respect you for that. I made 2 comments. I was expecting after I finish, you would respond. I'm only making a recommendation, which is up to you.
Masca, you have spoken for 30 minutes. Let some other people speak. Well, I don't see what you're dragging here.
Are you the moderator?
The guest is entitled to his opinion.
All right,
you are not the moderator.
Tony, calm down. I think I'm here. I'm here. I'm thinking.
It's all right. And anyway, so I'm almost about rounding up.
Thank you very much.
You to ask me a question, which is okay. But my final conclusion, Dr. Haruna, I've also been following you. I believe from the depth of your heart, you are a passionate Nigerian. You really want this country to succeed. I respect you for that. But my recommendation also is out of the fact that I sit behind, or I sit back. Sometimes when we speak, I'm only saying that in the end, we speak, this is what we want to happen, but because of the way we are talking, we tend to get a different result. That's just the advice I'm giving, that from a Southerner's perspective, when he listens to you, he will now come to the sound conclusion that, look, this country should not remain the same. And I'm sure that's not what you want. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for your time, Mr. Rudolph, and thank you for your time, Mr. Haruna. Thank you. Mr. Tony, don't be joining like this. If I say,
can I
Daga Kano, you don't want to answer your. I'll tell you my house number in Kano.
I'll come and visit you.
All right,
thank you. But thank you. I appreciate your submission.
Thank you, Maska. Please, I know that I'm seeing some comments on the comment section. We have an idea what we're doing here, and I think our guest is capable of taking any question from anybody, so and sometimes I told you guys what we do here. Production is different from, there are some situations you want to play out, there are some situations you can control or you control. All right, let me go to, we have to quickly, I think we're running out of time, but let me go to Femi, you are next, and then Ovi, I'll come to you.
Okay. Okay, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, right. Yali. Are you good?
You're cooking.
Oh, right. No, I'm not that. It's not that deep. I'm born in Kaduna. I was born in Kaduna, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was going to learn from what AY and even to an extent, Maska I'd asked you, and I'm glad at some point that humbly so you did admit your shortcomings when it comes to especially the issues surrounding what's happening around the Middle East. But even at that, because I was going to come to you much more heavily than this, but I'm glad that you admitted some things, because there's nothing wrong with admitting one doesn't know what one does not know. Because, for example, it's on record, it's a well-known fact that the CIA especially and the M16 played a huge role in in creating Al-Qaeda and what's it called, Hamas, in addition, alongside the Mossad. So I just wanted to be sure that you, just in case you're not aware of this, and I'll lead you on to someone like Dr. Ray Castagana if you ever have a chance, I say this to say that also, I don't know if you're aware, but I typically look at whether it's a Democrat or a Republican in the case of the US. I look at them as equal opportunity offenders. It's just that, especially right now, in this moment with Donald Trump, I don't know if you're aware that 2 days after he became president, his sons, namely Donald Jr. and Eric Trump or whatever, they bought shares in a company called Power Us, which had reverse engineered a drone that the company that they kind of like invested in had gotten from one that was dropped in Ukraine by, I believe, the Russians. The reason why I say this is that I don't know if you're also aware about the influence that the military-industrial complex plays in a country like the US, and what's a view. I say this to say that there's a lot of power play that's going on that we're not aware of, and which is where some of us, as much as I recognize what you said, because I lived in Kaduna, I knew about the Metisini riots to an extent. I was very small and all that. So I know where you're coming from when you talk about bias, and sometimes if one has not been in that shoe before, one doesn't understand. My question to you now is, do you actually believe in your heart of hearts that it's down to the West? Do you actually believe the West loves us that much that they actually are the ones that are going to be our salvation? I mean, keeping in mind the little I've mentioned, there's a lot that comes from there. Or it is up to us as Black people in Africa, not just Nigeria now, to actually take our destinies in our own hands. Again, considering the fact that, yes, things can be bad. And if I was in Kaduna or Nigeria, for example, right now, especially where you have those highfalutin issues going on, I understand where you're coming from. I just want to hear from you what you think about what I asked.
Okay. Please, on Donald Trump, I'm not living in America, and I'm more concerned about what's happening in Nigeria and Africa, especially Nigeria. Because I'm living with people, I see people hungry, I see people dying, I see the mass graves, I see everything happening. And when I travel abroad, right now, I travel to South Africa, and I see how systems are working, even within Africa. Maybe it could be because they are not coming, it's not been long that they got their independence. So it makes me to really cry for Nigeria. So when I see anybody that seems to answer whether they have ulterior motives or they are doing it to finally colonize or whatever, a hungry person, a person dying of thirst, and is in an open wilderness, even an enemy coming with water to quench his thirst, he will run for him. That's exactly why you will hear me say what I'm saying about Trump. Not because I support the policing of the world, not because I support the way he does things, but I'm just saying, what happens if the father of a household, is allowing people to come and be killing his children? Killing his children, he loses, property gone. And then suddenly somebody that may even be interested in the wife, he has an ulterior motive why he's coming, but he stops the killing. I would say, even though that man has a reason why he came, which is selfish, but I think the selfishness will help kind of bring down the killing. So I'm just saying, and I'm not saying every Nigerian person that's in leadership wants it that way. But everything rises in a home, rises and falls on the father of the house. A commander-in-chief is responsible for the security of a nation. If you will be traveling out, be going and spending holiday, when your nation is being bombed, but you said you agreed they should come, to me it shows that you are accomplice. You are the one that's actually allowing this to happen to your people. So I will not blame anybody coming from the West or from wherever. And I won't ever tell you that they have a clean interest, because everything that is being done is based on interest. However, if we are so dumb or so naive or gullible that we will create problems for ourselves and then allow somebody who has an ulterior motive, somebody who oppressed us before, somebody who was the reason why we are where we are today, and we think he's coming with the solution, I think we need to do some retrospection and sit and talk among ourselves. But this is a discussion that many of our leaders are not prepared to do, because it will stop them from continuing to plunge or plunder the nation. This gang up with all 32 governors in one party. Are we saying no other party, no other interest, no other voice could help? We need variety. But they are all coming together in one party, not even though they were elected on different platforms. So for me, I would say, as much it's just because he is the moderator and it is his broadcast. He brought world affairs, and if you notice in all my broadcasts, all the things I do, whether it's music or direct talk, spoken word, I always just talk about Nigeria. And so, but when it brings Middle East, the only part that will quickly in my antenna that I'll pick in my channel is, wow, those people, let me use allegedly, as Maska said, we had, and many times we hear allege until it becomes it's true. They deny, soldiers were not killed. It's a lie, until one day, so they were killed, but it's only this number. So allege soon becomes it happened. But let's use the allege. Maybe they have an interest, I don't know. However, anybody that will come and help me for us to really stop killing of our people, it must come to an end. We can't, it's when you're on ground and you see it, you will accept help from anyone. You will not bother whether Ukraine is fighting Russia is fighting Ukraine, who is right, who is wrong. You will accept help. If your own father will not protect you, an enemy outside, even if he has an ulterior motive to one day make you work in his plantation, you will say, at least I will be alive to work in that plantation, not dead. Dead people don't vote. Dead people don't change nations.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Let's quickly go to Ovie. You're next.
I'm sorry. I've seen this face before.
Yes, he's a permanent resident.
You need to collect his dreads for me. You were talking.
Oh yeah, that's what we're going to do for you. We are going to cut off Ovie's own and put it on you. And
he's a permanent member at the UN.
So add if his dreads too.
Dr. Haruna Agoro.
How are you?
Rankai Dede.
Yeah.
I think it's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, that says there is a time and season for everything. So, and if you look at the Nigerian atmosphere right now, it's time of politicking. And also people say, Mune duau dole aizamademu.
Yes,
so will you prefer to see Obi and El-Rufai ticket or Obi and Tambawa ticket come 2027?
Okay, thank you for this question. You know what? Some people see me as obedient, or that there's something I'm looking for in Obi. I just have scanned and I've not seen one. There could be many, but at least they have not come forward or have not been given the platform that Obi has been given. But I think any combination right now with Obi there as the leader to give direction, to change the course of the nation, that could bring some of these discussions, are we going to, how do we make Nigeria work? How do we, the economy, security? Because the moment you have the right person with a vision that can give direction, and stop talking about whether you're Hausa Fulani, stop talking about whether you are Igbo Yoruba, and just talk about, are you Nigerian? In fact, what I was advocating before is that stop asking where I'm from. Sometimes I have to use this thing of I'm from Kaduna so that people will know this is a northerner talking, especially when the southerners start coming and saying, who are you, who are you? Or people from the north are trying to say, because I know what I go through because of what I'm doing. So I would say any of those tickets could work. As long as, and you know Obi, if you know Obi and you've been close to him, Obi looks so gentle, but he is a person that hardly shifts. And that's what we need in leadership. He looks calm. He looks like everybody can run all over him, very respectful, but he's a man that this is what he wants. And I can tell you, we from the north, and I'm not joking, we are going to celebrate Obi more than Southerners. In fact, more than Southeast. A lot of the people that are saying we like you, Haruna, I don't like to see somebody, okay, he's Ifeanyi, he's Onwachuku. I want to see a Northerner. So that, because if it all is Igbo, that means you also want to do what Buhari did and what Tinubu is doing now. When I come and I'm from the Middle Belt, I gather Middle Beltans. I want Nigerians that will make it work, whether you're from Maiduguri or you're from wherever. If you have what it takes to move Nigeria forward, we are looking for people that want to see Nigeria work. So that team and that combination, as long as all of them, whether it's El-Rufai or Tambuwal, but right now they're already talking about what is his name, Kwankwaso. So we don't know. And there's the Atiku faction. Atiku is a veteran in losing elections, and he still doesn't want to go. So let's wait and see who gets the ticket. Then we will know who to help. But I can tell you, the worst among them is still better than Emiloko.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Dr. Haruna, we are going to take a 3 minutes break. When we come back, we hear from Ife, Adeni, KJ, and Ernest, and then we give us their final thoughts. So let's take 3 minutes or 4 break, and then we'll come back. right, welcome back everybody to our afternoon conversation with Dr. Haruna Goroh, who is joining us to discuss the Nigerian politics 2027 from the perspective of what's happening in northern Nigeria. Okay, we stopped with, I think the last person that asked the question was Ovie. Let's move on to Ife. You are next. Go ahead.
I thought I'm supposed to be the last. I don't understand you, Papu Joker. This thing you're doing. You are cold today, tomorrow you are hot. I don't understand you. This your partiality way you do. I don't know you and Tinubu now, who is worse.
Oh Lord, I'm under attack today from everybody. All right, let me take you out if you don't want to. I'm just confused about who is next. Adeni, are you here? Adeni is not here, so let's go to KJ. KJ, go ahead.
I thought Tony was next.
Tony already. Tony started, I think. Tony was one of the first.
Yeah, Tony was the first.
Okay. Go ahead, Ife. Oh, no, Ife. Where is KJ? KJ is gone too. All right. I think...
No, KJ is there. Oh, he's at the bottom.
Where is
just
KJ?
under you.
Oh,
it's under your feet.
Doctor, you don't know technology. Let me help you.
KJ, go ahead. Oh, I know what's happening. KJ is on a very low internet server. So when I put him up, stronger people will put him down. No, seriously, that's what's going on. KJ, are you on your phone? KJ, go ahead. So it's not my fault. Adeni is here. Let's see Adeni. Adeni, welcome. Adeni is joining us from Nigeria. For those who do not know, he's a retired army officer in Nigeria. Adeni, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Good evening, Doctor. Dr. Haruna.
Yeah.
I just want to add one or two comments to what you have said and to also be in line with you. You said that if people have the solution to Nigeria problem, we should bring it out. And that's why somebody like me, I've studied Nigeria, I've been in the government for 35 years, so I know everything going on in Nigeria, and I decided to look for the solution. And I realized that the solution is in our constitution. The 1999 constitution we are using now is a problem, and it's a disaster. One of the speakers that said, if an angel of God is brought to handle Nigeria, he will go back disappointed. Although the man did not believe in God, but he still referred to angel of God. So that's to say that something is wrong with our foundation. In that constitution, there are a lot of loopholes and shortcomings that the politicians are exploiting for their interest. You'll be canvassing for Peter Obi, and in fact, if Peter Obi comes in now, if he succeeds and comes in now, he will not be able to solve the Nigerian problem. And I will say this thing now. One of the reasons why he will fail is this. By the time you go on first to buy nomination form of about 100 million, 200 million, APC nomination forms now is about 200 million to become president. I don't know about the other party. Then you go out again to campaign, spend billions to move around the country, telling them what you will do for them, as if you are their God. I will do your road, I will do your hospital, I will do your this, that. Lying to them, you all know that politicians lie. You finish all those that, you buy a B for supporters, you pay hotel bills, transportation, you spend billions. Then when you come in, what do you want to do first? You want to recoup your money. And that is the base of corruption in the country. So the moment we continue with this system of money politics, we can't get solution. So that's why I put it in the constitution that we need to even eradicate money politics in the first place, so that people will vote for you without you spending kobo. So that is doable. It's just a matter of being strategic and then be patriotic. So, Doctor, I don't support us looking for an angel now or looking for the right person. What we should be doing in Nigeria is to get that 1999 constitution out of the way. I propose for a parliamentary system of government where we will get a unicameral House of Assembly, not bicameral. Because this bicameral, they are just doing the same thing, wasting a lot of resources. The executive, they are there, spending billions. But you have a parliamentary system, all of them come from the House of Assembly. The Prime Minister comes from there, and all the ministers come from there. So we cut a lot of expenses. But if you put somebody to come and be in charge of this country with this system, he himself will go and take his own money. After 4 years, 8 years, he will go. And another person will come again and be telling us the same life. I'll put it across to you, to everybody in this program. We can solve the Nigerian problem in 1 year. I told somebody this and they say, no, it's not possible. But that is, those are the things I explained in that constitution that even Dr. Damage is aware of it. So, Dr. Haruna, I will just, I will stop here now. But to say what we should be fighting for. In fact, the next election should be a referendum where Nigeria will decide whether we want to continue with this presidential system, with national constitution, or we want a different form of government, parliamentary system with unicameral House of Assembly and other issues that will reduce cost in managing the country.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Thank you. Thank you, Adeni, for that submission. You see, as much as I'm in agreement with you that that constitution that is being used now is the reason for a lot of the pain the people are going through, but you need a platform, you need a forum that will be able to create that that referendum to happen, that parliamentary system to happen. So who is going to drive it? Everybody has his own or her own interest. So you want to bring those people, it needs to be somebody that believes like you, who has the power to bring about a legislation that will make that happen. And let me tell you, as much as we are saying all we are saying about Tinubu, but currently, the one that seems to have what it takes to make that happen is Tinubu. Why am I saying that? The same money we are saying we don't want money politics. He has succeeded in using it to buy the people. Let me talk, Maska is said allegedly. So let's allege that Tinubu has used money to buy people. He has said it himself. I've heard him say, anything you don't get, find the money, you will get it. So to have a time when we can withdraw that constitution, it will have to take currently the National Assembly to do it. But who will raise that motion in the National Assembly and not be knocked down? Because the National Assembly is constituted by people that have benefited from the 1999 Constitution, which protects their interest. So until you have somebody who does not believe in money politics, and from all of them, we have had dealings where we needed Obi, this is needed, we need to do this, and Obi will tell you straight, if he has to buy loyalty from people, if Nigerians care enough to see their nation free, but are not prepared to invest, but he must pay them to save their nation, he is prepared to receive shishi or give shishi. Who else among the other politicians has that kind of belief? So they know him. That's why everybody, even though they say he came number 3, but everybody among them, the fight is against one man. So you should suspect that this could be the person that may have a little ray of hope on him that could be he may steer Nigeria towards a nation that is not wasteful. He has talked against waste. We haven't heard it from others. And he's a man that is living it. None of his family members are involved in what he's doing. But others, everybody that's part of their clan is involved. So far, from what I've studied among all of them, the one politician or the one candidate or one person that shows interest towards being president is one or B. And I don't even know anybody that you will have as his deputy that I can say I can vouch for. So we still need somebody at least, because in a company of equals, nobody takes leadership. If everybody is in charge, and we don't want to say somebody should give us guidance. So we can't escape. Even in the country of blind people, they say the one-eyed man has to lead. So he still tells them, shows them where they are going. Among corrupt Nigerians, who is less corrupt? Who is the one that even when he steals, he thinks about infrastructure, he still thinks about welfare, still thinks about the future of the people? So that may be a person that even though he's stealing from you, but he's creating a platform for you to go forward. It's not like the West is not corrupt. It's not like UK is not corrupt, America is not corrupt. They all have their corrupt people, but they make systems to work. But in the Nigerian situation, they cripple everything, and they are the only ones that enjoy. Then they gang up together as governors, gang up as senators. Tinubu will take something now today, and they will approve it same day. First reading, second reading, adoption in one day. But anything that has to do with the interest of the people, it could take 2-3 years. So who is that one man? Who are those people that can make it happen? This is where Nigerians will have to think. Have you been bought before? Have they given you rights, forgot you and came only after they want to elect you to elect them, they give you rights, gather you in stadiums and do this to you? Can Nigerians start to think about who are the Nigerians that care? Then let Nigerians decide themselves. And then that would then lead to a time when they can say, let's change the constitution. But currently, who will change the constitution? And if Tinubu does it, they will only change the constitution around something like allow him to have a third term. And if he does a third term, then they will say Tinubu for life. And they will just, on your mandate, we shall stand. If people in the UK can receive money and do on your mandate, and they're already planning it for America to distribute 3,000 American dollars, and when somebody is struggling, they will collect the 3,000 and come and sing Biola on your mandate.
All right. Thank you, Adeni. I know you maybe have a follow-up, but we have less than 30 minutes for 4 more people. So
okay,
can you
just 2 minutes, please. Just to let him know how far it's gone. Yes. This constitution, this is a copy here. I have sent copies to the government, to both National Assembly, executive, and all of that. Even to Mr. Obi himself, Peter Obi, he has a copy of this constitution. But I noticed one thing. Number one, all of them are in the same group. They don't want to honor this constitution because it will block the avenue of them making illegal money from Nigeria. So that's why I'm even thinking of, I'm discussing with my lawyer now to take them to court, those in government now. We are discussing it because I can sue them for 2 things. Number one, treachery. This is betrayal of trust. They have seen the loopholes in the National Constitution and they want to continue to exploit it. That's treachery. Then secondly is sabotage. They are sabotaging the economy of this country with that National Constitution. I will do what I will need to do to save Nigeria on my own, but I just want to do that, so I will not do that.
Okay. Adeni, just as you conclude, please just know you are suing them to a justice system that is in their pocket. So it will just go on until they finish their term and another new term, because the one you want to sue them to, they appointed them in. So it will just be the same old circle.
All right, Adeni, thank you so much. Remember to send it to Showore too, so that when next we talk to him, we find out what he thinks about that. Okay, KJ, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you also for bringing quality people here. Dr. Haruna, thank you so much. I follow you, I listen to you and your presentations. And, I've been following you for a while, and I like what you stand for. And I appreciate it, because anybody who puts the kind of effort you put in, living in Nigeria, you must be somebody who has gone beyond just a normal mortal, because in Nigeria, once you are sounding so strong and being in opposition, then the next place you have, if you are living in Abuja, is that small place for Asokoro. I mean, that small place before you reach Asokoro by the right. That is where you go and rest for some time, and God help you if you come back from there. So I appreciate what you're doing, and some of the questions I would have asked you have answered. I just want to thank you, and I agree with you. I seem to have a different opinion from what Mr. Adeni, I think, has said. I have followed him also, and I don't agree with even the layout of the constitution. But that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss you and the job you've been doing. So I appreciate it, and I pray that you come to this channel most times if you have time. Please come. We want to talk to you, and there are many people who are also here who support what you are doing, and we'll see how we can work together towards 2027. 2027. 2027. What I want you, the only advice I would like to tell you guys who are in the obedience is this: sometimes when you're wrestling with a pig, you got to be prepared. The gutter will not be a strange place for you people. And so once you have that behind your mind, we will be able to make 2027 work. And I agree with you. There's not going to be any time we'll have a 20 P2OB in Nigeria. There's not going to be time we'll have a 50 P2OB in Nigeria. It will take one man. When P2OB took over Anambra State, all the other people who were there were people that are not of like minds. They were all kinds of, crocodiles, like Wole Soyinka says. It's sometimes you are dealing with crocodiles, reptiles, and all kinds of snakes. Those are what you have in government. So, but he was able to put his way through, and that's the same thing I expect people to be if he's ever able to make it, to put his way through in that process. I thank you so much, and that's all I have to say. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, KJ. Maybe let's just say this for the record. I'm not obedient. I'm a Nigerian that wants to see Nigeria work.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take that back. I just agree with what you're saying.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
And this time around, people shouldn't wait for anybody to call obedient. Let Nigerians get up and say it's enough. That's why people are going after obedient. Anybody that seems to want to see good governance, they just call them obedient and say they're disrespectful children. I'm 70 years old. So what am I doing? I have everything working for me. I don't need anything from anyone. And I'm not saying this in pride, but I'm just saying God has helped me, helped my family. My children are established. So I'm not looking for anything. That's why I can talk the way I do, because I'm not looking for a cent from Obi. If Obi becomes president 2027 and Obi starts to mess up, you will not see me leave the screen. I'll call him out.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's go to Ernest as you are next.
Okay. Mr. Agoro, I've listened to you. I think somebody spoke with you about, I think his name is AY, about Iran. And he made you feel like you don't know anything about Iran. But you are right. Iran is the major sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East. They sponsor Houthis, they sponsor Hezbollah, they sponsor Hamas. And for America to be comfortable in the Middle East, so they have to get rid of Iran. So Iran is a terrorist country. So forget about what the guy said. You were right that time. But my question is, why is it that the Middle Belt or the Northern Christian, they don't like or they don't feel comfortable with Igbos? Because during the last election, I discovered that free and fair, Tinubu really won Benue State. So I have a friend from Plateau State. He's rooting for Atiku. And I told him that a Fulani man is a Fulani man, that there's no difference between a Fulani man and Buhari. But he's very comfortable with Atiku. And even in ODC, I feel like David Mark is even aligning with Atiku more than P2B. So, and also I was in 2018, Nigeria Christian Pilgrims. So we had a program when we wanted to go travel to Israel then. The man that was in charge of Nigeria Christian Pilgrim was from Benue. I forgot his name. He was later indicted for corruption. When he came, he removed all the Igbos. He removed all the Igbos he put Hausas and Yorubas. That time there was no Igbo place. In fact, they called all the people, the officials there when we went there. Nobody. There was no Igbo man. Even this coming election, I'm very sure. In fact, the Hayab, chairman of Northern Christian, Hayab, he has already started rooting for Tinubu. There's another man in charge of Middle Belt Forum. I forgot his name.
Pogu.
He said Pogu. Yeah. He said that they are going to support Tinubu. That Tinubu is a strong man, that he makes a decision and he will stick to it. And also last time, T.Y. Dadima visited Tinubu. I discovered that Middle Belt in 2027, they've already aligned with Tinubu. So my question is, do you have any reason why the Middle Belt Christians, they don't like Igbos?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eze. Truly, I can't speak for anybody. I just know where I stand. I would say in the last election, the Middle Belt actually voted for me. Don't follow any narrative or any lie somebody is telling you. We have the facts on ground. The Middle Belt voted out. They went all out for Obi. But the Middle Belt were not voting Obi on tribal grounds. They suffered so much because of insecurity, and they felt that the government was not protecting them. So it's almost like a vote of vengeance for protection for themselves. They are not virtually trying to side with Igbos or against Igbo or for Yoruba. You see, as you know, I really try to avoid tribalism and the religion and all these sentiments because they are the ones that have kept us where we are. Can we change the discussion from now and say, Nigerians, as Obi will say, somebody in Kano does not buy bread cheaper from somebody that is in Umahia. Somebody that is in Sokoto, a Muslim, does not go to a different market and buy things cheaper. Let me tell you, even this division with tribes and religion is only being created by these elites that have held the nation hostage. They go and meet together, they steal our money, impoverish the people, and then come and make us knock our heads. That's why they use poor people as touts that go out to go and seize election boxes, scatter a place where they think is a stronghold for somebody else. It's all about self-interest. Let Nigerians wake up and not allow them play the card of religion, the card of tribe. I don't want to know, even though I can see your name is Eze, I don't want to deal with you as an Igbo. I want to deal with you as a Nigerian. Do you have what it takes? That your wisdom should not be used in going to do funny things. You should use it to create technology. You see,
I know those things, but I have interacted with common man.
Wait. I am telling you the facts on ground speak different. Don't listen to people that are trying to create. They are not the voters. Even the 32 governors, how many votes do they have? They only have their own personal votes. All they are doing is corruption. They want to scare Nigerians and let you feel like they have already bought, they have already, they see their convention, it's all going to be APC, so you can surrender. Then they give back to voter apathy, and as a result, they will just write out whatever they like. Nigerians must not fall to those lies. We still have the power with us. Let every Nigerian get up. There's something you can't do anywhere there has been a revolution. It's not guns that made it happen. It's the power of a united people that have common ground of suffering. They've been all subjected to the same pain, and they're all speaking as one voice. The time that they were doing NSAS, were they looking at religion or tribe? Because they had a common distance that the police were doing this to the people, and they all went out. The 1 million man march that was taking place during Obi didn't give anybody 1 naira. It was spontaneous. It was organic. The people went out on their own until they stole the election. So going forward, if we want to see change, let's not bother whether middle belt is for Igbo or not, because I am not for Igbo. I am for a Nigeria that will work. Because even if Obi becomes president, is he going to be a live president? We will go back to the same suffering again if we don't create a system that whosoever comes in must align with this system. Those of you that are abroad, they have systems that work. It doesn't matter. A prime minister can resign. A president can step down. But do we have that in Nigeria? People will rig themselves there. They will force themselves on the people. A person that is corrupt has stolen so much money, but they will still vote for him. In the north, they will say, Rankai Dede, Rankai Dede. In the south, they will give him chieftaincy title. So our people, it's like they have imbibed suffering because that's how the rich do to the poor. They impoverish you and make you depend on them. Then they give you handouts and you perpetuate their rule of terror over you and still be celebrating.
All right, thank you, Ernest. Let's go to Chin.
Rudolph, thank you very much for having me and for bringing the guest. Dr. Haruna, it's a pleasure to meet you. I really don't have much of a question for you. I just want to say thank you for what you do. I followed your activities during before the 2023 election. And so I'm encouraged that you haven't given up. I know I saw the energy, the education you try to provide. But what I just want to suggest is what I feel is that a lot of Nigerians are discouraged with what happened in 2023. And so we might see a lot of voter apathy. I'm wondering if for those of you who are on ground with this kind of energy, with the platform you have, if you can, look for a way to start encouraging people so that people don't, get totally discouraged. Because I see the narrative is to ensure that people give up and just conclude that the ruling party has, swept. Even I here, I'm struggling not to believe that the incumbent is not going to win the election. I am struggling. But with the kind of things I see you doing, I just want to ask if there is any way you can, kind of prop up education, voter education, so that Nigerians can really come out and exercise their franchise. And then the other comment I want to make, not to you now, is to Adeniyi, who spoke earlier. I think Nigerians are fixated a lot on even the Constitution. As much as the Constitution has a problem, I don't think the Constitution really is the problem. There are good things in that Constitution as defective as it were, but I see the good things. I see Nigerians not being able to even abide by those very simple terms of things that are there. For instance, you see the way our politicians go about leading their different states or even at the federal level, breaking rules. This has nothing to do with the system. It has more to do with the mindset, with the person. So if Nigerians are going to be grabbing ballot papers, somebody's going to go out and say, Yashuku, they shouldn't vote, and all those things. That has nothing to do with parliamentary system. Let me remind people who perhaps have forgotten that we ran a parliamentary system. Operation Wet here that was happening in the Southwest. That was a parliamentary system. That was somebody or a group of people being offended, even if the elections were rigged, but they were offended that there were even people who supported another candidate that they didn't like. And they were willing to wet the person with chemicals, wet the person with things that will harm them and kill them. That had nothing to do with presidential system. We've had it in the parliamentary system where people were intolerant. We're also having it in the presidential system where people are also being intolerant. So I think the major struggle is for the day we will see Nigerians go out. Rudolph will respect my vote. I'll respect his own, even if it is my wife that is voting someone differently and I'm voting someone differently, and I will just respect it. Yes, one system is more expensive than the other. I believe the presidential system is more expensive. If it's like in terms of cost, yes. But in terms of that, it is because we're running presidential system, that's why we have a problem. I think we're not just getting it wrong. So this is to Adeniyi, who was suggesting that it's not about the system, it's about the mindset, it's about the people, it's about people being willing to abide. We make rules, we keep to those rules. Nigerians are not very good rule keepers, whether those in office now or those of us who are even here. People like to break rules. So I didn't come to ask you any question. I just want to say I appreciate, in fact, I even appreciate the fact that you were honest enough to say you're biased. Many people here don't believe that they have any atom of being biased for anything. Once one group is saying something that group is probably a problem, we all biased. But to what modicum or level are we able to be rational enough to say, okay, in the midst of my bias, this is the truth? And that's what I actually see you came here today to do. So thank you very much for coming here. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
All right. Finally, we have Ify.
Hi, Dr. Haruna. Good evening.
So the queen, they left the queen for the last.
That's the position she wants.
She protested that position. For that position. It's fine. In this whole place now, we let me make another expensive joke again. Master, please, Kanajiko. You are the only lady. You are the only lady here. What are you doing here in the company of men?
Listen, let me tell you something. Good evening, sir. I am always here. I can tell you. Sometimes I sit here for like 6-7 hours. Okay?
Wow.
The only days I'm not here is the days I'm working. You know, somebody even asked you at one time, do I even have a job? I'm like, of course I have a job. Yes, I do. So
and by the way, we're all afraid of her. She's gentle now, but when she's ready for
okay, let me take a deep breath then.
No, I wouldn't do you like that, Dr. Haruna. So good evening, sir. I am a fan. I follow you on YouTube. Thank you for coming here. I have a couple of questions. I second what Mr. Shin said. The problem of Nigeria is not our constitution. Initially, during the past election, a lot of people complained that we have to, do what is it called, election, whatever, But whatever, it did not work out for us. We saw what happened and how Tinubu got everything he wanted. We're not going to have a real-time result and all that stuff. So the problem is not the constitution, like Chim said. The problem is the people. No matter how you want to change the constitution, especially in Nigeria and other African countries, whoever the president, we see what is happening in National Assembly. They are, you say, rubber stamp. We all believe they are all rubber stamp. So whatever Tinubu says, get away. To the extent that, Tinubu, nobody will be able to challenge Tinubu in the next election if he goes to court, in the sense that both the certificate, everything, even if I can come there and, contest with a forged certificate, and it's okay. So it's not about the constitution and the parliamentary, it's just the people. If we want Nigeria to work, Nigeria will work. The only problem is that we don't want Nigeria to work. Another example is the chairman of one local government chairman in Rivers. One girl came out and spoke up about the condition of one of the schools, the only schools they have in their area. And this chairman went there with his brother and beat the girl up. So are you going to tell me that's the constitution too? It's not constitution, it's just the people. Anyway, that's by the way. The reason why I'm here, and I always say it with all my happiness, I am Igbo, proud Igbo, right? And anybody who is here can always tell you, I don't believe in one Nigeria. Because with the way Nigeria is going, it's a scam. I hate to say that. In as much as I love my people, I'm so proud. I live in Georgia. Whenever I see a Nigerian person, we talk and laugh, immediately you become my own. But with the situation of what is happening in Nigeria, it's such a complex country. I don't think one Nigeria will work for us. I know you said, how are we going to divide this country? That's a good question. I don't know. I know a couple of times here, AY has mentioned, what about regional government? When Chidodin Carlo came here the last time, I asked him about that. He said that regional government will not work. So my question is, what is going to work for us in Nigeria? That's number one. If this is not going to work, this is not going to work. Where do we go? How do we move this country forward? I hate to say this, and I don't want this to happen in my country, that if we get to a point, we might break into civil war if care is not taken with the way this country is going, because people are so frustrated. I have never seen the youth so outspoken with what is going on in the country. You are asking me, what am I doing here? I love Nigeria. I am so passionate. They can tell you, sometimes I give it to everybody, was. Why? Like I always say, I live in a country, in a system where things work. I have a good job, I'm comfortable. But do I like it here? No, I don't. Do I want to move back to Nigeria at some point? But the way everything is going in Nigeria, people are escaping, not even running. Second question I have regarding Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm very passionate about this. I don't think this young man is being treated fairly. I don't think it's fair. What Nnamdi Kanu has done or did is nothing compared to what these terrorist people are doing, not only in the northern part of the country, but all over Nigeria as a whole. The chief of defense came the other day and told us that these people are our brothers. We should learn to accommodate them. So are you telling me that I have to have a knife or a hammer or axe by my bedside because of these people are my brothers, but I don't feel safe? But you are quickly tried Nnamdi Kanu and put him in jail. But you're going to arrest these people and say that you're going to rehabilitate them and put them back in jail. You see the hypocrites of what is happening in this country. I always say it's here that I personally, being an Igbo girl, I cannot go to any of the northern states. I am so sorry to say this. I don't hate anybody to find a job. And it might be difficult for them, northerners, to come to Anambra State, where I am from, and get a job. When I went to UNN, I met a lot of people from different parts of the country, including a couple of students from Cameroon came to UNN, UNEC, and studied, but I don't think we have that at this point. So what do you think? How do you think, or what can we do to move this country? Because at this point, I am fed up. El-Rufai was in prison, was recently, incarcerated, but immediately his mom died. They released him. Where do you do that? I'm not there. I'm not against it. So he can go, bury his mom, but somebody like Nnamdi Kanu was not even there when his parents were, killed in the process of fighting for Biafra. So we can see the hypocrisy going on in Nigeria. Let us be honest with ourselves. The way this country is moving, I don't want to say I swear to God, but that's what it is. We are not telling ourselves the truth. This country is on the verge of disintegration. And if we ever, disintegrate, what will happen in Nigeria? I don't know what will happen, but what will happen in that country will be unimaginable and unthinkable.
All right, thank you, Ife. Dr. Haruna.
Okay, thanks, Ife, for your name already sells you out. So you're Igbo, it's proud Igbo, and I'm happy that these broadcasts have made me to have so many Igbo friends. But you know what? Us in the North, we've always welcomed the Igbos. They have their businesses everywhere. And your tribe is so daring. When I say daring, they're risk takers. And that's why I always just ask, can't we wake up and see that this nation will become an industrialized nation if we just, learn how to work with the Igbos and forget what happened in the past and just give this room and work together. So with that aside, Tinubu could have released, Buhari could have released him. He got Kanu arrested or abducted, if I use that word. So Tinubu could have done it because he became then commander-in-chief. How he became, is a subject for another discussion. However, as commander-in-chief, he had a right with just an announcement and the stroke of the pen, even if the man was guilty or not, and just say, I grant him a pardon, especially where the courts have not found him guilty. And the courts have even asked for the release of this man. But let me tell you, Ife, there are certain sentiments. It's not everything you see from the surface that is actually what it is. There are, everything has systems and brokers, people that broker the system. There are people that sit and decide, if you free this man, this is the implication. And so they want to sit on that and insist this man must remain behind bars for as long as that agitation. For example, if they ask him today, when we release you, will you give up the agitation for Biafra? I can tell you he will say no, and he's been saying no. And so the fact that he will not give up that agitation, he will still remain behind bars. But the question I want to ask you, or ask us, is that who is afraid of the agitation? If a tribe or a group or a section say, we want to go. So, and the marriage, we say, let's bring it to an end. And others are saying, no, you're not going, you're not going. The question is that if you're abusing me, you're beating me, every day is abuse, and I say I want to go, but you say I must stay married to you because it's until death do us part. You want to kill me in the marriage? So the issue is that this man that is abusing this woman knows what is benefiting from her. He doesn't want, she's not good enough for this, not good enough for this, but I will not let you go. And these are not things that will come out and be discussed in the surface. That's why whosoever comes in there will try to avoid that area. It's like a no-go area. Even among the Igbos, you are divided on the how Nnamdi Kanu is going about it. Like what Maska said, I showed sentiment in my discussion. I may not have started like that at the beginning, but some things started to change along the way. The 2023 election and the way it was stolen, broad daylight by Mahmoud Yakubu, and the discouragement that came upon the nation. I mean, you would think somebody that came out as the winner should have had a celebration nationwide. But it was like the nation was in mourning for over close to a month. And people were so in fear of coming out to speak out. So now the issue of Nnamdi Kanu is also that kind of sensitive. Who will stand up to talk? The Showore that will come out and speak, they are now playing games with him, arrest him, take his passport, and then he's making noise. When it comes to election, he can't even get up to 100,000 votes. So they see him as a noisy, noise maker that goes in and out of prison with frustrated people around him. So who is the one person that will stand up and say, Nnamdi Kanu, you're going out? Let's say, just for the sake of argument, Peter Obi becomes president in 2027. Peter's hand will be tied. The moment he releases Nnamdi Kanu, everybody, all the others will say tribalism. Even though what he may be doing may be based on justice, but they will say, how come you think you're the only one that can free him? A person that wants to divide Nigeria. So even Obi's hands will be tied when he comes in to release Nnamdi Kanu. And I can tell you again, I come back to the power of the people. Do you know why they released El-Rufai? It's still that thing. The North, when we stand for something, we don't let a few people stand. It's together we do it. The Southerners, especially, let me use you people from the Southeast. There's too many of them that have personal interest, and it has divided your voices. Can you imagine all the Southeastern governors stand together that are singing on your mandate and say, please, release our brother? Sunday Agoro is gone, is free now. It's even threatening people that anybody that doesn't vote for Tinubu will not be allowed there. Just like what Olomo did in Lagos. So who among the Igbos will stand to speak and not speak from a partisan or selfish interest of Igbo? Just speak about justice. So that's where the situation is more complex than we think or see it from the surface right now. But I can tell you, forget what the fanatics are doing. And do you know, even the fanatics that are being used in the North, I don't know, but it's very obvious to me that it is still the elites that are using them. Keep them not educated, make them almajiris, let them depend on handouts, and then come back and use them when it's election time. Let them come and fight for you. Let them be killed for you. Your own children are not on the street. Your children are in the UK. They are in France. But let the children of the poor peasant in Kano State in Adamawa, somewhere in Kafanchan. Let them be the one that should be killed while you shield your own family. So it is still a battle between the elites and the masses. And it's showing even in Nnamdi Kanu's thing. The moment Tinubu will get the Southeasterners, promise them second term, promise them whatever. If Reno Omokri can, with all the evidences he had against Tinubu, is now singing Tinubu, if Bwala could lie and be drinking water, with non-stop on international television and be turning and lying, it tells you what power and money and self-interest will do in any place. So I'm not stopping you from advocating. If it does happen in my lifetime, I will come there because I have many Igbo friends. I will come there during the time that they are declaring Biafra another nation. It will be a neighboring nation. We'll come and visit. But let me warn you, the thing is in the heart. Selfish people are selfish people, even from the same family. Two sisters that are twins, when one marries and the other one is not married, the other one can poison the other, even though they came from the same womb. So when people are selfish, whether they are Hausa Fulani, whether they are Kafanchan, whether they are Igbo, selfish people are just selfish people anywhere you find them. Your system where you are now in Georgia working, Nigerian politicians will come there and enjoy them and come here, and the moment they land at the airport, there's no electricity. Aso Rock has a grid now. They've gone out of the grid. They are on solar, but the rest of the nation is in darkness. So it's a fight of two forces. The elites, corrupt elites against the people. But the day the people say enough is enough, Nnamdi Kanu will come out. I've even done songs on Nnamdi Kanu that I was criticized by some of my people that say, you didn't know that man coming out to be trouble for us in the north? That's their own belief. I just believe that anybody has a chance, has a fair chance to be heard, a fair chance. If God has blessed us with resources in the nation, no particular group or persons or individuals should be the one that should impoverish everyone and they continue to enjoy. That's just why I do what I'm doing. I hate injustice. Doesn't matter whether it's from my brother or sister, from people that advocate the same, adhere to the same religion or speak the same language as me. Because you can have a devil in your house.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ife. Thank you so much, Dr. Haruna. We've come to the end of the show. I will give Dr. Haruna a minute or two to round up his thoughts, anything he wants to tell us, and we will call it a day.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. As been alluded to, you're such a patient person, and that's actually the maturity of moderating this kind of thing. And thank God that I'm not doing the kind of thing you're doing. If, like I was doing that, I would have removed some people and tell them you'll never enter here again. But thank God, and especially like me coming from a background, my wife, part of our family, they were Muslim, my family, some are Muslim. So when it has to do with religion, we're kind of a little bit careful, that if somebody is asking you, we're going to Mecca, can you contribute towards it, even though government is giving? So you kind of have this thing that's all mixed up. So you try to avoid anything that will bring any separatist thing. So, but all of us that are here, we come from different backgrounds, and it's such a blessing that we can have a platform where everybody can freely air their views. Because the moment we start telling people, you can't say that, then we are doing the same thing that we're fighting the politicians against, where you muzzle the mouth of the people. You have no right to bring out your opinion. But let's, please, I'm begging you, especially those of you in diaspora, don't give up on Nigeria. If you don't want to be working only to be feeding hungry people back home, please speak to them and tell them to rise in defense of the nation. It's not just money. There's the same thing the politicians are doing, using money on them and silence them. The moment they keep having money come from diaspora, to pay their bills. When it's time for them to rise up and challenge this evil government, they will not. Because they know they're going to have money come. They will have food. So let the people be pushed to the corner. They suffer so much. Where you say, if you don't rise up and take your nation, I'm not sending you any money. I am telling you, you'll start to see change. We don't want a protest that they say we want a new Nigeria electoral reform and only 80 people are on the street in a nation of 100 and something million. So I think going forward, let's not stop what we are doing. Let's engage some more. Those of whatever opportunity you have, let people know that they shouldn't give up and just surrender. This is what these politicians want. Everybody should say it's not going to work. Nigeria is a failed nation. Not even God can save Nigeria. You know, Nigeria is not Sodom and Gomorrah. So I believe even Sodom and Gomorrah was given a chance. It's when they didn't repent. So, but there are many people that have repented in Nigeria. If Boko Haram can be repentant terrorists and they are assimilated, then why should we give up? The government hasn't given up on terrorists that are killing our people. Should we be the ones that should give up? So please, let's hold our hands together, pray and trust God for a change, but we are the change agents. And I believe a new Nigeria is still possible. From my engagement with Obasanjo, he's not a perfect man, but a man who has seen a lot of his past mistakes, and his desire and prayer is that in his lifetime, it should be the birth of a new Nigeria. And I was in tears talking with him, and he said, please, don't be discouraged. Keep doing what you're doing. A new Nigeria will still be possible in my lifetime. If a man at that age still is optimistic about a new Nigeria, we here shouldn't give up, please. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for doing what you're doing. And please, when I come, I'll visit the mayor because I am not Islamophobic.
We will. So once you come, we take you, after you are dreadlock, fix your dreadlock, we take you to the mayor and you will visit him. All right, thank you so much for being here. And next time we call you, we hope you will join us again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks,
Dr.
everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Haruna.
All right,
Thank you.
We'll take a little break and then I will say bye to everybody individually.
So I'm going off now.
right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us this Sunday, Palm Sunday afternoon for us here in New York. Let me remind everybody that KJ will host the after show, which will give us a chance to break down what happened. But in the meantime, I just want to hear just few lines from people, especially people like Tony. I thought I would see Masca. Well, I can see Masca here. And, just a few words from each of you. Before we do that, let me thank those that supported us. Nana Oyalade, thank you so much for your support. Don Anthony, thank you so much. Alexander Gomez, Prince Akwachi, thank you so much. Nana again, thank you. Igbo Basics, I'm not sure we showed this. Thank you so much. Oh, that was a good question. I didn't see that. Igbo Basics, sorry. I didn't see that. Next time he comes, we'll ask that question. Thank you again, Igbo Basic. Thank you, Oriako Tope. All right, let me go around. Let me start with you, Tony. Yeah, do you have any comments?
Yeah, first of all, let me maybe apologize for that interjection when Masca was speaking, but I just felt that you gave him an unusually very long time, so that's why I wasn't attacking Masca. I think he felt maybe upset, but he was directed at you because I thought that for once I'm seeing you being partial. And so anyway, but that was a very good outing with Dr. Haruna Goroh. A couple of things to learn from there. One or two things I don't agree with that you said, but generally speaking, I think it was a good show and I commend you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me say that I don't claim that I'm not partial. I've always said that this is not a debating society, so we don't give equal time to people. There are production decisions that we make sometimes on the fly. I didn't know Masca would come. I didn't know that there will be that interaction, but I felt like, okay, we're watching something we don't typically see. Okay, these are two people from the north exchanging views over issues, and I want to hear that. I want to hear where they differ, what we may get from that conversation that we don't typically get. So that was my thinking, and I think that was it, that they should talk. And I don't think that Masca was doing it not the way we typically see someone like Pansat. I don't think Masca was being rude. Masca was challenging him, and to me, that's okay. I don't have problem with people challenging a guest, and I always tell the guests, people will come here. I don't know who will come here. They will ask you questions. There are some people I tell that your former girlfriend will be here, may be here, and you may have to answer questions. And it's true. I don't know who will come. I don't know what question they will ask. And I don't ask anybody. Don't ask any question. But if you are, and that's the decision I made. And I thought that when something like that happens, we can talk about that later. But just leave it to whoever is the host. It doesn't have to be me. Maybe KJ. Let the host do whatever they do. At the end, we can discuss it and say, okay, my man, what did you do here? So that's the way I looked at that. But thank you, Tony. Mr. James.
Yeah, it's a pity Mr. Adeniyi has signed out. I really want to find out something from him, because during the First Republic, army officers were not allowed to express political opinions or form tribal unions, even after retirement. Has the situation changed? I remember clearly my father was discussing, although I was a small boy then, they were discussing issues of that nature. They were not allowed to form tribal unions, express political opinions, and once a soldier is always a soldier, even after retirement. Has the situation changed? I just want to know, because it's a bit surprising to me the way military officers write books these days. In the course of writing their books, they go into comprehensive details discussing the confidential matters affecting the nation, things which other nations should not know, things that has transpired behind the scene, which should be classified. but they just divulge everything in their books. I really don't know what is going on. Or is it part of the moral decay the country is grappling with? Anybody can answer the question, please.
All right. Anybody who, if you have an answer, you can, when I get to you, you can give it to Mr. James. Let me also say one other thing. There were people in the comment section when this was going on who were really thinking that the guest was being embarrassed by one of us. Like I said, most of these people we have as guests, when they come here, they've seen this show. Like someone like Dr. Haruna, he's been here before more than twice. So they know what to expect from people. So they are prepared. And people always feel like you should protect the guests and that somebody is, that's the job. But if the guest is somebody they don't like, they don't care about, they don't want the guest to be protected. But if it's someone they like, they want that person to be protected. So people don't see this. I see this. I know when somebody is telling me, why are you stopping this person from asking this question? Because I know you don't like that particular guest. But then someone else is now, the same person is saying, why don't you stop this person? You know, I understand those things. It's part of human nature. So it's not something outrageous. Master, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I must start by apologizing to you. I'm sorry. Look, we're all human. You do a lot of good work. So it is very wrong of me to have come at you just because you allowed the guest an easy escape route. I really didn't like it because I think he's speaking on sensitive issues and it's important that we at least drill down. But it's okay. My apologies, sincerely. I'm very sorry, Mr.
No, it's not. There's no need.
No. I'm not apologizing to make you feel good, but I just want you to know from the depth of my heart, I feel I was wrong. I mean, look, if I judge you from scale of 1 to 10, you do an excellent job. So I should not pick up on you just because of one happenstance. And it's normal. We're all human beings. So my apology for that. But I also need to apologize to the doctor if he's listening, and I'm sure probably he gets to listen. I will acknowledge that at some point I got infuriated, and my anger simply came out of the fact that at some point I felt, especially on this, when he said Iran is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, and I'm very clear on the issues in terms of the Shia divide, the Sunni divide. Shias in Nigeria are actually persecuted. There is somebody called El-Zazaki. So look, the truth is that he came across as if he didn't understand even the things he's talking about. And I would, if I were in his shoes, say, oh no, sorry, I don't know about these things. But to just say that on the fly got me upset. And then to cap it, when he now accused Matthew, Kukah and Matthew, he's a Christian, I'm a Muslim, but I felt I need to go. So I apologize, Mr. Haruna. I know that inside my heart I was a bit feisty and it shouldn't be like that. My apology to that. But I think on the general count, there's nothing that I've said that I did not mean it, sincerely speaking. If you say Iran is sponsoring terrorism, you should be able to explain in detail, and you should be able to take people down the issue of the divide between Shia Muslim and Sunni Muslim. Iran generally is sponsoring Shia people all across the world. That I don't think there is enough evidence to say that Iran is sponsoring people in Nigeria. Somebody mentioned that most of the terrorists in Nigeria are actually Sunni Muslims. If somebody Pansat will tell you that Nigeria's problem is a Sunni problem. I may not agree with Pansat, but he shows depth of understanding of the issues. If you carry a microphone to talk publicly, my position always, either you are very careful and circumspect, or when you put out your positions, you put a disclaimer. And I try to do that. If I'm not very conversant on the topic, I'll tell people, I don't know much about this topic, but this is what I think. So that people cannot go about and say, oh, Iran is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. And other comments that I made also, it's all out of good faith. Honestly, I believe that the man wants to see Nigeria make progress. If you want to see the country make progress, you cannot be the same person to be issuing statements that would divide the country. This, for me, I think is black and white. I cannot come here and be saying, oh, we Hausa people don't like Igbo people, even if that is true. It is not my work to come here and that's the word I should be preaching. I should be preaching the things that unite us. If I say my goal is to unite the country. Thank you once again, and my apology once again, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Master. Femi.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to take my submissions from. I'll start from where Masker stopped. Again, I was quite happy that the doctor came across as someone that was ready to admit his shortcomings, and I think you were the one that actually put him in that hot seat about saying things, because the reason being that again, I continue to see how I've had to unlearn and relearn certain things that I have had to be from various quarters. I mean, regarding history, Nigeria, and all that. And a lot of times, I like to know how we got to where we are, depending on the sphere that we're discussing or that I'm learning about. So, but generally, I mean, it was just good to have frank and honest discussions again today. That's just it.
Thank you, Femi. KJ.
Thank you so much. My network didn't. I don't know what happened today. It was just messing up, and so I couldn't really be able to participate the way I wanted to. But the thing is, you know, just like he concluded, when people come to this, you know, this you know, arena, everybody comes with their own you know, ideas. Sometimes when people discuss as if they have no biases, I've said it many times here, even for journalists, everybody have a bias. The level of your ability to control your bias is what eventually be able to, you know, sometimes it plays out, sometimes it doesn't, you know. But some people, when they come here to argue, they say certain things, especially if they don't believe what you're saying. Okay. I wish that some of those people who are making comments here will come one day, we'll give them a special slot. When they come, we'll just disappear. Say, please hold the program for me for 30 minutes, I'm coming back. And then they will see whether it is easy to think on your toes at the same time, ask questions, and also still manipulate the system that you are sitting before. So it's not that easy. Yeah, you know, it looks easy because we have always known that, except for medical, you know, even now too, people claim to be medical doctors, but a profession like theater arts and journalism, everybody now is a journalist and everybody is an actor. Once you can make people laugh, you have become an actor. Whether you know what it is to back the stage or not, you have become an actor. So it's when we come, let's know that nobody here put Nigeria in the position where it is. And some people come here and say, oh, we contributed. I didn't contribute. I didn't contribute. You know, I didn't contribute to making Nigeria where it is. Instead, my contribution was to help to make it better. And I wasn't given opportunity. As soon as I got tired of trying, I let it be. Because I will not die in the process. Because those who have told me the one didn't die in the process, why should I be the one to die for them? You know. So having said that, I think it was a good discussion. I think he's always frank. I don't agree with some of his views, which especially when it has to do with Nnamdi Kanu, because that the Igbos are the ones who are holding, you know, there's never going to be any time, even, you know, because of what people say sometimes. I've gone to look at the struggle between the black South Africans and the apartheid movement. While some people were, you know, fighting the apartheid movement, some blacks were busy sabotaging the system and even working for the apartheid regime. You know, there's not been any time a nation, even Israel, that is so surrounded with people who they think don't like them. Not every Israeli is in support of Netanyahu or even the government of Israel. So when we expect that everybody in Igbo land should be in one group, you know, because of Nnamdi Kanu, it's not going to happen. I'm not somebody who is trained to Nnamdi Kanu. Like I said here, actually following his broadcast, you know. So it's not today, but not everybody, and I understand that. And they are going to be always be saboteurs. That's why the word, we didn't invent the word. It was invented. an European language. It's a English language. It's not we that invented it. So consequently, it simply means there's always going to be people who will not be in the even now that we're fighting that Nigeria is there, we are all suffering. People are doing. I didn't know people who are praising Tinubu to the high heavens. Never going to be any time everybody will be in the same boat. So what our own should be is to find a way to push our own ideas to the fore, and by all means get it to be the leading idea that will change, cause the ripple effect that will change everything. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, KJ. Let's hear El-Rufai.
Yes. Thank you again, Rudolph. So the guest generally, to be honest, is very passionate about Nigeria. That is what you see in him. However, I would say, especially for those in the comment section, sincerely, nobody was offended here. When a guest is coming to a platform like this, he needs to understand we are not high school students. He needs to do his homework. He needs to come correct. Sometimes we let guests slide because of our sentiment. We don't want to offend them. Nobody insulted anybody. It was just interrogation and questions. I think we were on track. Then a lot of us that are saying, oh, everybody have their biases, yes, you might be correct, but our bias should come with facts. There are what is called facts. Facts, you can't adjust them. Nigeria gained independence in 1960. You cannot have your opinion. That's a fact. So we need to understand between fact and when we are sharing our opinion on issues. This is where the problem lies. I'll give you an example. One thing I wanted to interrogate him of is what he was talking about Asamati Kukah. If you follow Nigeria politics from 1999 to date, the two men of God in Nigeria, I will tell you, they be very consistent, irrespective of tribe and religion. One is Matthias Kukah and Cardinal Nayeko. They be very consistent. I'm telling you, if you follow Nigeria politics, you will know. And for some reason, it's not that they are collecting money, driving private jet. We know the kind of leaders, religious leaders that are involved in these activities. They are not one of them. They are consistent. So accusing Asakuka of collecting money, I don't know what to say. No matter what you are going to say, the crisis going on, the killing, whatever you call it, the Christian genocide, the Muslim genocide, one thing that is 100% correct, there is genocide against Nigeria. It did not. Muslim or Christian. This number is relative. So if anybody come here and said there is genocide against Christian, you are correct. If you are saying there is genocide against Muslim, you are correct. But the problem, we have to tackle it. There is killing of Nigeria indiscriminately, irrespective. And in general, to be honest, I love his passion about Nigeria. I think we can have more of them, more of such people that can, especially with his age, they can encourage the younger one to have this strong belief in Nigeria project. Even if we have to divide, we have to look for a way to work together, man. If you divide, they are gonna be your neighbor. All of us, we can't move away from our location. We are gonna be neighbors. So are you gonna be fighting your neighbors? So please, let's be coming down. Thank you.
All right, thank you, El-Rufai. Chim, you're next.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you very much for having me. As usual, that was an interesting guest. I don't have any problem with him. Like I said, I've been watching him. I think, like KJ said earlier, we all need to hush with all our pretenses. He's speaking from a place of experience. I'm not sure too many people here have experienced anybody being kidnapped directly. I haven't, so I don't know what anybody who's either had a family member kidnapped or you've had a family member maimed as a result of the insurgency that has been going on in the country. So he's speaking from what you Americans refer to as your truth. So he's speaking his truth. So I just kind of think a lot of people are being hypocritical in their evaluation of things. You don't have to necessarily agree with him, but you should be able to respect where he's coming from. At his age, he knows what he's saying. He has seen Nigeria through different phases. A 70-something-year-old man or 70-year-old person is not a child of today. So he's seen a lot of things that lots of us on this platform haven't seen. Many of us are speaking from either what we've read or we've been told. He's first and foremost a Northerner. He's experienced it, and not just a Northern Christian. Yes, Northern Christians get a lot of pushback when they want to express their faith. If you don't agree with me, that is fine. I'm not here to ask you to agree with me. So when he's saying what he's saying, he's speaking. Let's not all come here and pretend that we have not seen people who are Northern Christians being stopped from expressing their faith, or that if you are a Northern minority, for instance, you are Muslim and it was a Christian, Tinubu was a Christian, and Tinubu came in and picked a Christian as president, don't come and tell me that you'll be acceptable of it. It's a lie. You will not. So I'm done and tired of people who come here to pretend. The only thing I'll say to you, Rudolph, is that production decision you told me is why you went to. Please, that production decision should be fair. Don't do production decision with Masca. Don't do production decision with what's this other baby that comes all the time? Our resident international affairs expert. Don't do it with him. Don't do it with anybody you think is a minority.
Tim, hold on. Who is that?
I won't mention his name for courtesy's sake.
Oh, okay.
I'm afraid, but I won't mention his name just so that I don't give him room to come and start saying anything. But you know who I'm saying. So please, I know you're a fair man. I doff my hat for you. Rudolph, any day, you're a very objective person. I will say that. But there are times when you want to play this, what I refer to as federal character thing. Because you feel some people don't come here. Nobody is stopping those set of people from not coming here. Don't come and tell me because somebody's faith decided to influence his educational level, then I should suffer for it. I'm not in support of all that kind of thing. So please.
So you mean that I shouldn't let Ife speak last?
You can allow Ife speak last if you want. But let's not, you see, my belief in life is this. Let's not, in trying to solve a problem, create another monster. I'll be the first person to tell you that when it comes to certain demographics in the world, they've been disenfranchised intentionally. But in solving it, let's not disenfranchise another group of people. Otherwise, we're not solving a problem. And I'll give you a typical example. Don't tell me because you want to allow Northern children have education, then you will suffer the one from Abia State with a high score. I don't agree with that. So hard. I'm sorry, I don't. Someone in Kano cannot go to federal government college with 50th grade, and you expecting the one in Kano, in Abia to go with 500. It's unfair. That's where I stand in all this matter. I have no apologies for saying it. In solving one problem, don't create another problem. If you want to solve a problem, let's be objective and look for a solution to solve that problem, but not in creating another one. You have not accomplished anything when you create another problem because you want to solve one problem. That's where I stand on issues. Unapologetical. Mr. Agoro or Dr. Haruna Goroh did an exceptional job. I'm honest. He was honest enough to admit that yes, of course, he'll be biased in one way, but he's a rationally objective, biased person. Many of us here are not rationally objective and biased. We are biased because we just want to be silly biased. That's all I want to say. But it was a good outing, if you ask me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Forefathers.
No, wait a minute, Papudoka. So, Chim, what are you saying about me? Because I want to stop coming here. If you guys gonna marginalize me,
if I didn't say that, if I didn't say that,
look, Papudoka, this might be the last time I'm coming here.
If you don't allow Rudolph play bad politics, he's trying to pitch you.
That's what you do in Chim. I have a lot of stuff. I can go pick up another job and be working my, another, so that you don't see me.
And Mr. Rudolph, if you treat Fifi as a minority, I deserve to be a minority also.
Okay. Let me just say before forefathers, today is Chim's birthday, so we have to wish him a happy birthday.
Chim, I'm gonna wish you happy birthday, but this will be the last time you're gonna see me because
no.
Don't behave like this.
But if you don't worry,
we'll come and drag you in here. You can't run away.
The good thing is that Chim, unless he's the person hosting, I'm the host and I have power over Chim. As long as I'm hosting, when he's hosting, he can make his rule. We're okay with that. So,
but Mr. Rudolph, you are talking about if have I lost my minority status?
No, you are the cause of this now because I gave you more time and they are now criticizing me. That's why. All right, forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. I was watching from the background, and often when guests come these days, especially when it comes to all this religious talk, like not knowing about the Sunni, Shia, this thing, those type of stuff makes me mad. So I don't try to come online and talk to guests that don't know that kind of stuff. But that said, I appreciate the fact that he is more like a nationalist in his mind, and he did admit when he doesn't know certain things. And I also sympathize with his view of being a little bit biased. I don't know how you can be objectively biased, but I think that's a new term because they are contradictory terms, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken. But that said, what he did was when he tried to highlight the pains of some of the Christians in the north and some of the things they see, you can understand why that is. Because I think I've met, when I was in Nigeria just this year, I was speaking to somebody from Gombe and he's a Christian. And the way he sounds, that's how that guy sounds. So, and this is not new, and we all know it in Nigeria that sometimes religious tensions means that you have to watch your words, and we shouldn't have to live like that. We really shouldn't have to live like that. And that's something I keep saying my Muslim countrymen should keep in mind, because our people should always come first. Some of your fellow Muslims are very, very intolerant, and they make you walk on eggshell. That is wrong. We have to call that out and say, okay, if you are Muslim, you tell your brethren and tell them this is not acceptable. Your Nigerians, whether they are native doctors, this is native practitioners or Christians, have to be respected, have to be treated like humans, like maybe just like you. I don't understand why they feel like they can just put Islam first when in reality it's false. It's actually false. It's not true. Islam never comes first, even up amongst the Arabs. It never does. You know, seeing how they are all ganging up against Iran recently. Many of the Gulf nations, did they put their Islam first? They didn't put Islam first. When they deal with the people in Sudan and kill fellow Muslims because the Muslims are not Arabs, they are not putting Islam first. They never do. Never, ever has any people put Islam first. You put your people first. And I keep saying this to my fellow, I've had this conversation with Masca, AY, I mean, that we have to start calling our own side out. You can't keep making Christians walk on eggshell. I was in Nigeria myself. I spoke to a Muslim once and I said some things, and even my fellow, Nigerians that were with me that was from the South, like, don't say that to them because they are scared. Why should you be scared in your country? You shouldn't do that, because I know if they say anything to Christians, they have no fear. They should not have no fear, because those Christians are not going to attack them for it. They are not going to physically come to harm because you say something about Christianity. It's very, very rare that happens. That should not be the case the other way around. And I think that's the point he was trying to highlight, that may have been misconstrued as him being biased. And I also find, I think, maybe I'm mistaken, if I'm mistaken, somebody corrects me, I think he's quite sympathetic to foreign intervention in Nigeria. And if that's the case, that's a problem. You can't have somebody sympathizing with foreigners coming to the country when all the evidence points to the fact that they are not actually going to come to help. They can't, because they never did. They've never done it. And this is the problem when people ask that foreigners should come and sort us out. Because how many times there's Al-Qaeda in Iraq, there's ISIS in Iraq. America has been there for how many years now? 20 years. They own a large, their largest embassies in Iraq there. They have not sorted it out. Former Al-Qaeda is ruling Syria right now. Even their own senator confessed to them, even sponsoring some of all these things. We have to be careful. How many times have you seen ISIS attack Israel again? Have you ever seen ISIS go after Israel? As a matter of fact, Al-Qaeda doesn't prioritize Israel as an issue. Does that not bother you that this doesn't seem normal? It's not the normal behavior of it's true Islamic terrorists watching other Muslims getting slaughtered and feel like, I don't mind, that one is nice. It seems like he's killing the Palestinians slowly, so that's fine. That is not normal. The opposition Iran has against Israel is based on sound principle that anybody will understand. That's why we were against the apartheid regime. That is why. You can't see people being oppressed just because you think they are not your people. You just like, okay, let me leave them, let them torture them. That is, so for me, what Iran was doing to support the Palestinian cause is the right thing, but it doesn't mean what Hamas did was right too. Hamas went and attacked civilians. That is terrorist act. You can't do that. So we have to learn how to differentiate between right and wrong. And it doesn't matter what side it comes from. You have to call them out. And I hope we all learn from that. That's why some of all these conversations, when we are having it, I find it difficult. And I'm a very difficult person. Yeah, everybody knows that. I'm going to come and insult you. I'm going to go and say things that will just, make you feel like you are not very, very clever. And that is not always nice side of me, but it is what it is. And I just feel like he has good points that he brought up. I feel like a lot of people actually accepted him, which is very interesting. Normally in Nigeria, when somebody sounds the way he does, they will totally condemn him and totally reject him. But from what I'm hearing, he appears he has done a good job. And maybe it's down to Dr. Damage's channel that a lot of people have become slightly more tolerant of each other. They're able to hear each other out. This is why these conversations are important. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Let's hear Igbo basics.
Well, I didn't really mean to show up here today, but I have to. First of all, if you're my daughter, I will proudly say nobody's going to chase you out of the kitchen. Instead, the person will starve. That's number one. And then Dr. Damages, you've done a good job bringing us Dr. Haruna Goroh today. Let me put it this way. I listened and followed through everything that has happened. A lot of us are at the comfort of our homes or zones or wherever we are, and we're speaking. Whereas those who are on the ground, people like Maska, even though I can understand Maska and where he's coming from, where he's going, he can walk freely through the streets of Kaduna or Kano or wherever in the north where he is. And I also see our man, the international man that Chim was referring to, they're navigating the ground. They are on the ground. They are actually seeing what is going on, and they're feeling it in their bones. So with all the submissions that Chim made, he spoke my mind in a lot of ways. For Dr. Haruna Goroh to come here boldly and make his presentation, of course, like we all agree, that at one point or the other, somebody will become sentimental or any other thing else. That's a part of the whole process. Wherever we are, when we started publishing Igbo Basics, there was a cartoon that we made then. It was a cartoon of an old man who, with a cane, he was walking home, far distance, and you can see that that home is home, Africa. And we said, whenever anybody asks you, I think that was out of Omanoko, where are you from? Do know that it is time to go home. So each and every one of us will get to one age or each and every time. At 71 plus, at some point I felt that elders were being barraged, ranging from Elder Alhaji Tinubu down to the rest of us. But I'll share this with you, that anybody who crosses the age of 70 and you are able to pick up the computer and click like you manufactured it, I raise I say thumbs up to that person, because a lot of people have been left behind. They look at you. Even the cell phone that you are carrying in your hand, a lot of the older people don't even, they look at it, it's like, what is this? So for the elders who are being attacked in the comment section, because somebody said that this elder has come here, is very divisive. No, you don't understand. Why you don't understand it? Now, condition make crayfish bend. When I put my question forward, I thought Rudolph would have presented that question so that everybody would learn from it. This man that came here today, he has explained to you 90% Muslims in his family. He is 10%. He even talked about he has to make contributions when they're going to Hajj or wherever they're going. He made it clear. But above all, when the man wear the shoe and somebody wear the pinch him, this man opened his eyes. He says, I have been there, almost dead. Based on that, every other thing else you are listening to this man is from a person who have been under captivity, is from a person who even his own family people wanted to dump down to earth. He wouldn't be here today if they killed him. So, and if you listen to the man's music, he told you that democracy is dying. So as much as we may pretend we don't understand and we take sides, let us realize that the current dispensation that we have in Nigeria is driving us through a point where, if care is not taken, then some of us may not be able to drink water the next time around. Why is it so? It is so because we all are seeing where the trend is heading now. And the last time that a lot of us put in everything we had, an election was called at 4 a.m. I remember declaring that what Nigerians should do, I called it 1,000 points of light. That ship has sailed because we are not having that same opportunity that came where that 1,000 points of light would have led to the freedom of everybody. So as we come here to speak each and every day, I'll just take us back to what happened in my village, because I always refer it from local to wherever you go. There was a rainstorm, a serious rainstorm. Roofs were blown away, and people were complaining, particularly in a primary school. The roofs of the primary school was taken off, and so much damages was done to that particular building, and people were lamenting what happened now. My response was very simple. My response was my experience as far as rainstorm was concerned is from the 1960s at a Roman Catholic school. And that is where the thunder and lightning came through, killed a lot of children. And I refer to some of the children who were killed that particular day, including Obama, the son of a man we call German Brass. I saw these kids. They were white as they were brought home, and there was mourning. One day I will find a replicated cartoon, how all we were doing, carrying our hands in our heads. So what am I saying to the people? I will say to them, before we cut down trees, let us remember and try to plant things like what they call the thunder plants, palm trees. Each time you go cutting a tree, you are doing damage that will result in this recurring. These things have been going on for decades, and it will continue to go on. So why don't we start now to try to prevent, at least to the best of our ability, what is yet to happen tomorrow? So the damages, I'm only trying to say thank you for bringing Dr. Haruna Goroh here, and we expect to see him again. And for those of us who think that 2027, there's something going to be much, much different, if we don't follow the advice, like if we don't write generally, and 2027 come here, you can see the handwriting on the wall. The die is cast. And if you are blaming Peter Obi for showing up at El-Rufai's mother's burial, please think something else. Think something else. Atiku was there. Every other person else was there. I don't think I saw Alhaji Tinubu coming to sympathize with El-Rufai for the death of his mother. So it is something that when it happens to all these people who have been there before us, people gather around, console them. Maybe they will console them through the backyard and say, I'm sorry, but I can't show up in public to come and console you. So to El-Rufai, his mother died, mine died a long time ago. Sorry, El-Rufai, and I'm not making a jest of it. Condolences to El-Rufai. I never met the man, but I will say condolences to him. So Dr. Damages, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and Obadiah Melafia. Obadiah Melafia, that was my question that I was asking. I was following Obadiah Melafia, and I was saying, thank God somebody's out there standing. We shall try to do the best we can. And then I asked the question about if Nigerians should be allowed to carry arms, guns, daggers, knives, arrows. Would anybody just come into your house and kill you? Wouldn't that help on the insecurity? So if anybody knows what would have happened or what happened to Obadiah Melafia, the views on what happened to that man, if Haruna Goroh, if his God or his chief is not with him, all I'm trying to say, he should look at that situation so that he has to fly like an elected Tioba.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Igbo Basics. Let's finish with Ife.
Oh, okay. So I don't know how many of you follow Dr. Haruna Goroh. If you follow him on YouTube, you will understand that he's just such a passionate Nigerian. And you're going to ask yourself at this age, this man that is, I think he's in his 70s now, he is more passionate than, most of these young people. So I'm glad that he was able to say, use the word, of course, bias, all of us here at some point, depending on the topic, especially when it comes to religion. That's why I don't like this issue of religion thing. I try as much as possible, to shy away from it because it's such a sensitive issue, especially when it comes to the Northerners, So I have a lot of friends who are Muslims, so we respect each other. But they are so passionate when it comes to their religion. They're gonna be honest, they don't even shy away, they don't even, they're gonna show it to you right there. So my thing is that let us respect people. But at the same time, I hear what my brother, my enemy, not my brother, my enemy forefather said. He's very accurate and very honest, and what he said is very truthful. Let us call a spade a spade. However, upon all this fighting and argument here and there, was we are all here just because of one thing. It's just because of Nigeria. It's just because we love this country. Forget about all this fighting. If I see AY tomorrow, I'm going to hug AY. I'm not going to say AY is a Northerner or I'm from the East. If I go to Nigeria tomorrow and see Masker, I'm going to ask Masker to come and buy me food. One, because he's a man, because I don't believe in spending my money on any man. Okay? And we will sit down and talk. We're not going to bring about religion. But we all know that we are united. Anywhere you see a Nigeria, once the person opens his or her mouth, you'll be like, are you from Niger? Nobody's going to ask you, are you Muslim or are you Christians? We need to stop this. So it's because of the love we have for our country. That's why you see all of us consistently come here every day. One of my friends called me today and said, you don't have any job again. I said, my job is here at Dr. Damages. I'm waiting for him, to come up. We laughed about it. And, she said the same thing, Omo Ifi, the way you are so much into this politics now, there is nothing I will ask you that you don't know. I said, because I love my country. These people, the country where I am, there is nothing special here. It's the same thing we can do in our country, but just because we have greedy leaders that have refused to rebuild that country, that's why all of us are escaping. In 2026, we are still talking about electricity. In 2026, we are still talking about education. In 2026, we are still talking about healthcare. When I see people oxygen with a big tank, and I'm like, what is all this? And people are saying, oh, and she was in oxygen. And I'm like, Okay, he's an oxygen. What is it? People are so uneducated. Please, forget about all these differences. We are coming here every day and fighting and cussing each other. I know deep inside us, whether you like it or not, we love each other. Forget about religion. Forget about tribe. Forget about anything you can see. If anybody I see tomorrow, so far you are in Nigeria, I will hug you and be, my brother, my sister. The current job I am working now, because I know a lot of people will be asking, oh, we see you more often, was given to me by a Yoruba and a Muslim. That's even the shocking part of it, right? So when she was giving me that job, she didn't say, oh, because you're a Christian, I'm not gonna, tell you about this position and for you to apply for it. No, this morning we chatted. So that is the things we tend to miss. I mean, I couldn't have gotten this job no matter what, even though I'm in the same hospital, but she fought for it, she pushed for it to make sure that I got that job. I was asking my other co-worker, what do you think I can do for her? That she said, if anything, that is how it's supposed to be. Let us stop all this nonsense we are doing. I know we are so passionate. Let us not lie to each other. But please let us be, respectful, because it's such a delicate issue when it comes to religion. And when people come here to show emotion, please, 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 please. I mean, like forefather said, let us also be kind to them. Papu Doka, thank you for giving us your platform. I know you people don't want me to be here anymore. Yes, I will stop coming. I'll start looking for job aggressively to find another job that I can do on weekend option so that Chim can have his platform and invite people he wants to invite, okay? Thank you, KJ. I love you guys. Honestly speaking, I always look forward to coming to this platform. KJ, my mask, I can know if I come back to Nigeria again, I'm gonna look for you, gonna buy me food. AY, my friend, thank you so much. Happy birthday, Chim. Chim, many more years to come. Many, many, many more years. And my enemy forefather, who constantly will never let me rise, will always bully me out of this channel. And finally, Uncle Igbo Basis, thank you so much. I love you guys, but
I hope this, if you what you're saying, I hope it's not a goodbye. Give your number to Rudolph so I can send to me. I need to talk to you. Don't try. If you know shop, I go talk
find a job, you will not see
me. No. If you are not finding another
job,
if you try that, you will see me for your door tomorrow.
What are you saying? Fuel is 1,400. My mom needs to use a generator.
That's not the reason why you should go and find another. Go ask those to find another job. They ended up dead at the job because they didn't rest.
All right. Thank you so much. If he has given a vote of thanks to everybody, but I just want to point out that Chim's birthday is the same as Bola Tinubu's. In 2012, Bola Tinubu celebrated his 69th birthday, according to these reports from Sahara, and today he's celebrating 74th birthday. So, Jim, what's your own? Do we know how old you are?
Me, I know how old I am. I can say how old I am. I'm not afraid of saying that. I'm in my 50s. But I will
it's the same day. No wonder.
But that's one of the painful part of this my birthday is that Tinubu is inside it.
All right. So Chim, thank you so much for being here. Ify, thank you so much.
Are you serious that the man's birthday is today?
Yes, his birthday is today. I know. I've always known that.
Oh, he's 74 today.
Yeah, he's 74, and he was 69 to 2012. I did the math; it should have been 83, but he's 74.
His first daughter is 64, just 10 years difference.
I think 83 should be the right age. The way
it should be 83.
I assess it critically.
No, Rudolph, don't say that. He's 74. His first daughter is 64. So the man was, he started early. So please, let's not jealous him.
No, so he should be my age mate because we go by 3 years gap. Everybody born within 3 years of the same age. So he's my age mate, and he owes to bring me some palm wine to wish him birthday. Happy birthday.
Charlie Boy is older than him, so when he sees Charlie Boy,
all right, let me give Ovie just a minute to say a word.
Hey, give Ovie no now. Let him go.
I think we now marginalize where the juju worshippers.
Yes.
You know.
Ovie, where is your 3.5 million?
That is an order. We are working on it on every day, and we are getting close.
Okay. We are rounding up.
Yes, I mean, it was interesting watching the controversy. It only shows that the season of a campaign is upon us. So we just, it's for me, that is whether we like it or not, right? We have religious problem. There's no way we won't do it. This is what Muslim tickets is all about, right? So, and I'm not surprised that those who are looking for power are exploring the angle, right? They successfully, make us to believe that leadership is the problem, and the kind of system that we operate, there's only a way to get to be a leader. That you have the money or you are famous. Famous means that you have followership. So it's all about popularity, or you have the money to get it. So, and how do you exploit that? Now the line, the ethnicity line is becoming blurry, right? The idea, first you go claim one ethnicity become victory is no longer there. So which other demography has more number? Religion. So whether you like it or not, about three or four out of 5 of every Nigerian is either a Christian or a Muslim. So this, what you just saw here playing out, is just the tip of an iceberg. It's shocking because Dr. Haruna now northern and to the core. No business a person will grow up or not. It's a complete northern to the core who just happen to be a Christian, right? So, and I think I asked Nigeria this question that which one Nigerians will carry? Nigerians carry guns against themselves in the 60s, right? Which is the Civil War. And what is the possibility that we are not going to carry gun against ourselves in the name of religion? And I asked to Nigeria, the 2 brothers are likely to carry more gun against themselves because of the God they serve, rather than the person they married to the other tribe. So we are in a very delicate stage in terms of the nation we are trying to build. And I've always said it. I never see anywhere in the world where we have these 2 religions without so much number, almost equal, without one being the leader. I never see where they coexist peacefully. Somebody has to be at the top, one of these religions. This is history from the world till now. So it's just a matter of time. And I've always asked this question on my platform: what is the future of Nigeria? Is it going to be an Islamic social state, or a full-blown techno-Christian religion control government? That's where we are today. So whether we like it, we can't deny it. We can condemn Dr. Goroh as we want. We can deny him what we want. It's in our history. 66, 65 years of existence. Now only once we don't hear foreign bomb in our land, and it is the name of what? Religion. We can deny it all we want. Those are facts. Some religion are being defended with guns and bullets. So these are our reality. Some of our children, this is all they know. So whether we face it head on and fight it on, or maybe they deny, other people will capitalize on it and exploit us. That is the only way they can exploit us. You cannot exploit the Chinese because of their religion. They believe not. Right? You can't even employ them with the technology, but we are exposing ourselves. That is just the danger. Especially us, with the smoky bow, we don't believe in going to heaven. Now we at the receiving end. We say we go soon carry gun. Now drone we go to carry now. We go to coffee control drone for America. Say they bomb anywhere for that place. It's possible. Right. So that's our reality. We have a religious problem. We deny all we want. It's our life. Thank you.
There's a new stream coming up, or you can go there and expand on this conversation. I'm sure people are waiting to hear the expansion of that thought process. All right, thank you so much. KJ, thank you so much for being here. Maska, thank you so much. AY, thank you. Igbo Basics, thank you. Forefathers, thank you. Ifi, thank you. Obie, thank you. And Chim, thank you. We'll be back next Sunday. Oh, next Sunday is Easter. Okay, we'll make a decision whether we'll be back. But hopefully.
Did you worship and I can run? It's not doing this.
We'll see. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of you. I'll see you. KJ will start a new stream immediately, but I see you guys Saturday.
Can you advertise the link? We're starting right away.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.